Welcome everybody, members and officers, and members of the public. That's the Resources Scrutiny Committee Budget Scrutiny 12th of January 2023, room 1 at County Hall. The officers attending the overall agenda. Ms. Reagan Dunn, Executive Director, Jonathan Mayor, Corporate Director, Legal and Democratic, and Ms. Lindsay Watson, Senior Democratic Service Officer. Our Vice Chairman is Councillor Andy Canning. Other officers will be introduced as required, and portfolio holders. I need to remind everybody in the room that due to us being in committee room 1 and not the council chamber, the microphone system works differently. So the microphones are permanently on and will be audible throughout the meeting. So members, please be mindful on when they speak and what they say. And also, can members make sure, and officers, that the conduct of the business is done through the chair. There will be an adjournment as required during the meeting. Agenda item 1. Out the room, members and officers will see that when people come to speak that aren't at the table, there's a table at the end for those individuals to come and speak and make representation. As per usual within my scrutiny meetings, I will allow any member who is not on the committee to speak and to ask questions first, and then I will move to committee members and questions from the committee, and then move into a committee debate, and then we will, at the end of that, note the key points that come out of those discussions. I am happy to include portfolio holders to make representations from their various directorates as and when they need to. So if you can signal to me, then I'll invite you to the table. Thank you. I'll move to agenda item 1, apologies. Ms. Watson, apologies.
Yes, I'm Chairman. Apologies from Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Does any member have any declaration of interest they wish to make, and if so, the action they will take? Declaration of interest. Thank you. So I'll move to agenda item 3, public participation. Ms. Watson, do we have any questions submitted?
No questions on this occasion, Chairman.
Thank you. Agenda item 4, questions from members. I believe that we have a question from Councillor Belinda Borden to attend remotely and read out her question.
Yeah, Chairman.
Yes, I'd want to welcome. If you'd like to come to the table and give your question, please.
There.
As a Chairman.
Oh, that channel.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing because we've actually found the answer to the question since I sent it in. But the question was, could the portfolio holder for highways, travel, environment please explain why the budget for the Lyme Regis Harbour includes an assumption on income from PWC permits, so personalised watercraft, jet skis, when every user group on the Harbour Users Consultative Committee, except the licensed applicant, is in opposition to a proposed trial on safety and environmental grounds.
Apologies. Trouble for a start. God, I wish I knew how to work this phone. That's it. Apologies, Chairman.
Okay to continue. I know that you've got
To happen at that stage, didn't it? Right.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Borden. There has been no application for a licence to operate jet skis from Lyme Regis Harbour. There have been discussions at the Lyme Regis Harbour Consultative Group about whether a limited number of permits could be provided through the Powerboat Club, with tight restrictions on the activity and the option to remove permits if necessary. Group have been presented examples of where this and water safety issues have been managed successfully at Weymouth Harbour and Studland. However, this is an ongoing discussion and one that ultimately the Harbour Advisory Committee, with input from the Harbour Consultative Group, will have to consider. I understand there was reference made to the PWC permits in the Budget Monitoring Report at the last Harbour Advisory Committee. This report relates to all Dorset Council harbours, and the reference to personal watercraft was linked to Weymouth only, as no such permits exist for Bridport and Lyme Regis harbours. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it was really just in the context of, I raised the question at the last scrutiny committee of a concern that the harbour was showing what seemed to be a substantial profit when experienced to date. And my advice is that it's not a harbour that can make large profits. So it was, and then I saw that line in the budget and thought, oh, I wonder if that's part of the assumption. But thank you very much. Apologies for finding out the answers in the meantime.
I'll move to agenda item 5, the budget strategy and medium-term financial plan. Recommendation that the Scrutiny Committee is asked to review and comment on the budget proposal set out in the draft Cabinet report attached to Appendix 1, covering report, and provide any feedback to Cabinet in terms of responses to be included in the report being considered on the 23rd of January. Members will be aware that the financial settlement from government came in very late. I have had lengthy conversations with the Executive Director for Corporate Development, Mr. Dunn. The budget report we have before us has a number of assumptions in it, and the honest truth is that the number crunching hasn't been completed due to that late financial settlement. So at this point in time, I ask Mr. Dunn to make his introduction. Can I ask members to restrict their questions to any points of clarity they may want, because Mr. Dunn will be taking on the central finance and capital later on within the meeting at the end, towards the end of the meeting. Okay. So if you can just be points of clarity for what Mr. Dunn will say within his introduction, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Dunn, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Aidan Dunn, Executive Director for Corporate Development and Chief Finance Officer. And just if I just sort of underline the point that the Chair has made there, it was a very late financial settlement, and we inevitably haven't got all the detail that we need to set the perfect budget. So as is quite sort of common, what we've got in this budget are a number of assumptions, and it's a volatile time, as we know, be it inflation and interest rate. So what I'm going to take you through over the course of the next 5 or so minutes, pour out some of those assumptions for you, and a real opportunity to scrutinise. Now, during that process and during the course of the rest of today, I've got colleagues from the finance team on hand to support me. So I'd just quickly like to introduce my colleague Heather Lappin, who is our Head of Strategic Finance. And I'm also supported by Dawn Adams here, who's our commercial lead. And on the back row, we've got Hannah Brown, who oversees the corporate budgets, and Paul Ackwell as well, who supports the finance for the place-based budgets. So we've got a good degree of expertise. So if we could start my presentation, please. I just want to quickly, I'm very conscious that it's a complex budget paper that's written as a budget paper rather than a scrutiny paper. So I'm just going to take a few moments to orientate us through. First of all, I want to just talk about the context of which this budget is being set in Dorset Council, as the context is the same for every local authority across the country. These are sort of headlines that we've gathered from various news items over the recent weeks and months. It's a challenging time for the public sector. Real degree of uncertainty around funding. The funding we've been allocated is for 1 year only, with some suggestions and indications of how much we'd get in future years. But once again, it's a 1 year settlement from government. Secondly, inflation has been going up, and maybe it's peaked. Hopefully it's dropping. So there's some assumptions around that. And then interest rates, the volatility around interest rates, that all feeds through. And then, of course, those workforce issues that we're seeing loud and clear through strike action across the country, not in local government, though. All of these workforce pressures are impacting as well. So it's a very difficult time to set this budget. And that's why this scrutiny and the scrutiny that we had on Tuesday for the People's paper is very much really important to test and understand those assumptions to make sure that we get it right. So just in the context of where we are, we move on to the next slide. Just a quick recap. So the budget setting process, essentially it started in July, and we've been going on ever since. In terms of what's been in the public domain, we shared our assumptions in October, and now here we are in January going through the scrutiny committee. So recommendations or observations that come from today's committee can be built in and incorporated into the budget report that will be going to Cabinet in 10 days' time or so. And then ultimately beyond Cabinet, we've got full council. So this budget isn't a done deal, and scrutiny is a really valuable part of the process. So what is that process? If we move on to the next slide, just a quick recap here of how we approach the budget setting process. So over recent years, we've done essentially a zero-based budgeting approach, sort of reviewed our budgets in particular in corporate services and in children's services, and starting to do that work in place and in adults. For next year's budget, our starting point is this current year's budget, and we're looking at the pressures that we're experiencing in this current year and seeing how they translate into next year. We've built in some assumptions around inflation, which I'll talk about in a second. We've built in assumptions around known service pressures. We've built in an adjustment for income, be that income through charging by increasing our charges, or government grants. We've received additional government funding going into next year, which has been very welcome. Altogether, sort of correlate that or bring that together and compare that to what we think we need to be able to run an effective council and to provide those essential services that we do. That inevitably brings a budget gap, and that budget gap is filled through a combination of savings, efficiency, and indeed council tax as well. And that's the focus of our scrutiny today. This next slide just recaps on those principles that we use that underpin all the thinking that's gone into this budget today. So these principles were agreed by Cabinet back in October. So first of all, our budget needs to be driven by the council's priorities, and we've recently refreshed the council plan, taking us up for the next 2 years. So those priorities, you'll see, drive the budget setting process. Secondly, we've always said, and we remain committed to both short-term and long-term transformation to bring financial stability to the organisation. That's underpinned by an investor save approach. So we've seen examples of investor save in recent years using some of our reserves in order to provide better services for our residents at a lower cost as well. Next element is we're trying to be increasingly commercial as an organisation, and that's about being operating in a business-like way, looking for opportunities for income generation, but also being very astute in our contract management. And that underpinning today's part of our step forward of being more commercial is we've got our income and charging policy, and that will be going to Cabinet as part of the overall package. And that's been reviewed by the Place and Resources Overview Committee just before Christmas. And finally, sound financial management is a priority for us all, a priority for the leader of the council all the way through to our most junior of staff. We're trying to build it into the DNA of the organisation. Let's look after the money as though it were our own. We're really mindful that this is our taxpayers' money that we're spending on our residents' behalf. We need to make sure we spend it wisely and appropriately. So we need to make sure that we're efficient and effective and get value for money in everything we do. So those are the budget principles. So if we move on to the next slide, these are the key assumptions that you'll see in the paper and that we'll be talking about during the course of this morning as well. So the central column is the original budget assumptions that we had. I think these were broadly this time last year, what were our assumptions, but we're well aware the world has moved on. We've seen that globally and locally in terms of the economy. So just to recap, that the current assumptions in the budget proposals you have in front of you are to increase council tax by just under 2%. Secondly, our assumption now is that the council tax base, that's the number of houses, essentially the number of properties, number of residents paying council tax, will be growing by 1.2%. Thirdly, there's the budget assumption is to increase the amount that we collect for the social care precinct from residents by 2% as well. Our next assumption is, obviously our budget is a part of the funding comes from business rates. Our assumption is that the business rates will grow by just under 5%, so 4.7% there. That's not about the number of businesses growing, that's about the amount charged. And this is essentially being subsidised by government as part of the national settlement. In terms of pay award, it's been a really challenging one this year, and as I said at the outset, it's a hot topic in the media at the moment. Our assumption is for the pay award next financial year will be 4%. Pay awards are negotiated nationally for the majority of local government staff. So in many ways, it's out of our hands. We have to fund what is agreed nationally. Our best assumption, as many local authorities are estimating, is 4%. So we've allowed for that in the budget. General inflation, so general inflation is running at about 10% at the moment. Our assumption is for general inflation by midpoint of this coming financial year. So on average for the year, we think it's going to be around about 6%. That's our estimate, that's our assumption. But we also recognise that there are a number of high cost areas which we talk about, such as fuel, such as care prices, that will be running above 6%. So we've made separate allowance for those. Next are fees and charges. So this is for the various charges. Our general assumption is general assumption is to uplift everything by 5%, but within the detail of the paper, some increases are less than 5%, increases are more than 5%. We can get into that detail as required. And finally, we had made an assumption last year that the contribution that the authority would have to make to historic pension costs would be going up. Actually, having gone through the pension evaluation by our by the experts, we've been able to reduce that. So it's just under £1 million reduction for past pension contributions. So that's people that are already drawing their pensions. But you will see in the detail of the papers for staff that are currently employed by the council, the contribution rate is actually increasing modestly as well. So, but nevertheless, that's an assumption that's improved our financial position. So slide 7 here brings all this together. So these are the key factors that will be giving you your budget framework for today and potentially for next year. So the headlines are an 8.4% overall increase in funding for Dorset Council. As I said at the beginning, our costs of providing services are in excess of the funding available, so we will be looking to make service efficiencies across the board of around about £11 million. Those are detailed in the paper. We're looking to increase some of our charges, so that 5% I mentioned earlier and more in some cases, so that should generate an additional 4.4 million. But one of the factors that is permeating this budget is that degree of risk and uncertainty. So this budget does assume that we've got 8.2 million set aside as a contingency. So that's money in the budget that's available year on year on year that we haven't allocated against anything. So this is our way of managing risk. That's 8.2 million. And the risk could be ranging from fuel prices through to inflation, through to staffing costs, and in particular through to demand for services as well. But nevertheless, that's held separately. What this means for staff across the, now let me talk about our residents. What this means for our residents is a council tax increase of just under 2% and a social care precept increase of just under 2% as well. So combined together, just under 4%, essentially for a band D council taxpayer, that equates to about £1.41 per week increase. And we're really mindful of the cost of living that our residents are experiencing at the moment. So that's less than the government's expectation of what we'd increase council tax by. Nevertheless, there are increases in charges for those that choose to use services. So our car parking charges are proposed to increase as green waste. And we are making service efficiencies. As ever, it's in our DNA, I'd like to think, but we're not seeing service cuts. So residents shouldn't see a reduction in the services they receive. From a staffing perspective, I know staff have been anxious, going back to those headlines that we saw earlier on my slide. We're able to say, based on these budget proposals, that there will be some service changes that will impact on staff, but we are not proposing a wholesale redundancy programme. I know that many local authorities are, and we're in the carefully managed position that means that we don't have to do that. And then finally, the impact on the natural environment. One of our key priorities as an organisation is continued commitment in this budget to protecting Dorset's natural environment, and we'll talk about that later on this morning. So the next slide just re-emphasises the pressures that we've got under, the assumptions. The economic pressures I've talked about, the winter pressures, they're a key driver that we explored on Tuesday's People Scrutiny Committee, where we're seeing those pressures in social care and children's services in particular. There's uncertainty over government funding. We've been allocated funding for next year, but no real detail of beyond that. We need to make sure that we do deliver those savings that we've identified and those efficiencies, and that's balanced out with our organisational capacity to deliver. So we need to make sure that we're focused as an organisation on those key issues and don't try and do everything. Let's focus on those big ticket items. And then finally, and the paper talks about it, one of our single biggest financial risks is the cost of special educational needs. We've been overspending on that for a number of years. We've got significant debt. We've entered into an agreement with the Department for Education to pay where they are paying off of some of that debt for us, but that service remains under immense pressure, and we've got a plan which is addressing it. So the final slide is just a quick reminder that we can't just look at 1 year, even though our funding settlement is just for 1 year. The pressures continue. So on that simple chart, the details in the paper. The blue line shows that if we do nothing, that's how much our services will cost. And the orange line shows that's how much, based on all our assumptions, will the funding that we'll have available in future years. And you can see there's a gap between the two. So even if we set a balanced budget for next year, everything else being the same, the gap the following year, about £13 million. So this isn't a once and done. This is about continuous effort to make the organisation more efficient as our demand and costs go up at the same time as the challenge of the cost of living for our residents. So, Chair, I'm going to hand back to you. That's an overview to help navigate through the paper. I think we'll take questions on clarity, but we'll go into the detail of that at the final instalment later on this afternoon. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Will, and thank you for that, Mr. Dunn. So, members, do I have any questions on clarity? Councillor Shortell?
Thank you for that. You mentioned that in fact you are using supporting the SEND, the special needs situation, but you're using the support through the reserve. And 71
on your machine, just on your laptop.
Oh, sorry.
Just remind obviously now to members and officers if you can ensure that the microphones are turned off on your devices, please. Late in the day, I know. But
Sorry about that. I thought I was being echoed there. I was. Yeah. Sorry, going back to what I was saying, the support for SEND, which admirable policy. We are supporting SEND through the reserves. But in 17.1, you mentioned that reserves will not be used.
Councillor Shortell, I just want points of clarity, and I think
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Delve into.
No, I wanted to clarify whether those reserves are actually being used. Contrary to 17.1 in the report.
I can give a quick response to that. So the safety valve, the deal we did with the Department for Education, essentially they were putting in approximately £40 million to pay off the historic debt. We as a council were putting in around about 20 million to pay off the historic debt. Our assumption for next financial year had originally been that we'd have enough headroom in our revenue budget to contribute to paying off 3.5 million of that historic debt. Our assumption now is that we're actually going to use reserves to pay off that historic debt. So it's not about, so I'm really mindful of our budget principles. So we're not using reserves to pay for an ongoing problem. We're using reserves to part pay off an historic debt. And so in order to make next year's budget affordable, we decided to use reserves for, or the proposal is to use reserves rather than a sort of recurrent funding.
Thank you. I just remind members that we need to deal with place resources scrutiny aspect of the report that's in front of you. And as Mr. Dunn said earlier, I appreciate the fact that ordinarily in an ideal world, we would have a report that had been written specifically for place and resources. As our colleague, Councillor Taylor, on the people in health would have had one written for people in health, but because the financial assessment was so late, we're having to deal with the paper that is effectively going to cabinet. So I appreciate as you go through the report, it was difficult because it was a bit mixed up between the two scrutiny committees, but I can just remind members that we need to stick to the place and resource aspect of the scrutiny part of it. And obviously while SEND travel comes under our remit, SEND in itself is with the other scrutiny committee, not with ours, okay? Okay, so thank you. Yes, Heatley.
Are you going to talk about here about general issues like the level of inflation, its effect on the whole? There are issues which are neither place or.
No. Thank you, Casey. That will come later during the Central Finance and Capital. Thank you. But before I move to place, members and officers will be aware that sadly we're not joined by Mr. Selgren or Mr. Piles due to unforeseen circumstances that will be on their control, and I'm sure our thoughts are with them. So if I can now move to place. Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor Bar. Sorry, I'll leave my screen off because it's a bit flaky this morning. Good morning. Could I just ask a question around paragraph 13.9? Is that appropriate at this time? It's just.
It's a clarification on what Aidan said in his introduction. Then yes, if not, we'll leave it till later in the meeting when we come to it.
It's clarification around a question actually, or an observation around the 2% rise when we have government permission to rise to 3%. And I'd just like to explore that a little bit more. Is this appropriate at the moment, or would you like to keep that as a question for later on in the meeting?
We'll do that at the end, Councillor Taylor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll move now to place. General introduction and background. Councillor Ray Bryan, portfolio holder for place.
I can just get the slides put up if somebody will do that for me, please. Yeah, good morning, Chairman, good morning, members, and good morning, officers. I'm going to give you a short introduction, if I can get the next slide up, please, as to what, because we're joined by members of the public and other people with interest, such as the media, I thought it would be worthwhile just explaining what place is actually about. So the slide in front of you shows that we split into different areas. We've got customer services, library and records. We've got economic growth and infrastructure. We've got the natural environment, climate and ecological side. We've got assets and regeneration. And of course, we've got highways, travel, and one or two smaller bits like harbours, etc. So that's what makes up place. If I can get the next slide up, please. This is covered by 4 different portfolios. Myself is highways, travel and environment. Councillor David Walsh, who you'll be hearing from later on, covers planning. Councillor Laura Beddoe covers culture, communities and customer services. And Councillor Tony Ferrari covers the economic growth, assets and property. Next slide, please. If you look at the budget that place has, there's 156 million that we actually spend. What it costs the council is 81.7 million. So the rest of it comes from outside sources. And we'll go.
We've jumped a slide.
You go back one. Thank you. So it's important to get the message across that in place we try and seek as much funding from outside of the council's coffers as we possibly can. And this will be highlighted quite clearly when we get into the highways detail and also the environmental detail. Our proposal, unfortunately, still leaves us with a budget request of 86.7 million. And you can see the detail where this comes from. You've got the pay award increments, which is 7.5 million, energy cost pressures of just over 1 million, service specific pressures of 1.47 million. And then we've got a couple of savings targets, which bring this back into balance. We've got transformation, which we'll be going into a little while later. And then we got tactical savings, which is where we were charged with the responsibility of either maintaining or reducing our costs. And this is where the team, the officers team, have worked very hard to make sure that we come in with some with as little cost as we can possibly do without affecting any of the services. I have to emphasise that in all of the areas you're going to see from place, there is nothing that is affecting the frontline services. So as Aidan Dunn has already mentioned, the general public will not feel that we've reduced service, and they certainly won't notice anything. Thank you. The budget takes into account a larger than anticipated pay award, and we're estimating that the pay award for the area that this budget covers is going to be around 4%. But we've also got, as already previously mentioned, changes in the local government pension scheme, and congratulations to the pension board on what they've managed to do on that, because it's important that we make sure that the residents are getting the best value for their pound. Aidan's already mentioned some of the others, but I would highlight on energy cost, the fact that we're looking at a 30% increase. The fleet comes under me. So diesel fuel has been a tremendous issue for us. And when I look at the trend over the last 3 years, we were paying less than £1 for a litre of diesel in 2021. That went up to a little bit closer to £1 at the early part of 22, but by the end of 22, we were looking at £1.40. It's no secret. We've seen diesel prices increase since then. We are now seeing them reduce. But can I just point out that in a single month, we use about 185,000 litres of diesel. So that's why this has such a tremendous effect on the fuel budget. We can't do without the fuel. So we have to pay whatever the market price is. But I've got to say the team do exceptionally well at making sure we get a very good deal. So I just thought I'd clear that, because obviously fuel is a big part of the budget. And as I say, there are some months where we've been sort of buying 250,000 litres. But as we get more towards the winter months, that tends to go down. But this is also having an effect on the public transport side, where the bus companies are having to pay the extra fuel costs as well. Our intention is to absorb any cost pressures where possible through savings. So what we're working on at the moment is looking at any savings that we can make, and we will continue that throughout the coming year. This isn't just a one-off attempt to save money. We will continually look at areas where we can save money. And this council's done quite well when you look at the reduction in numbers so far. Next slide, please. We're going through a transformation programme at the moment, and that is covered by planning, where Councillor David Walsh and his team have improved the customer service level, and we're working very hard on obviously trying to get help from central government, and more detail of that will come out later on. Councillor Laura Beddoe has been working very hard with customer transformation, and we're seeing some savings coming through there. The SEN transport, which was briefly talked about earlier on, we're working on 3 steps to transformation. What we have to do is make sure that none of our younger people suffer in any way, shape or form, but there are ways in which we can perhaps rework the system so that we can save some money. Initially, we were looking at a much bigger target, but realism has to come into place, and that's that we have to make sure the children are looked after in the best possible way. The next item also comes under me, which is the hedge-to-hedge review. I have maintained for some time that we need to look at the services we provide, both in green space, waste and highways. And where those come together, we need to make sure they're all working together. And I believe this will give us a good opportunity to provide a much better service to the residents by linking these together a little bit more formally. So that's what the hedge-to-hedge review is about. And then you've got assets and regeneration. And it says there, whilst it's not a transformation project, it does support the other corporate transformation work. And there's an anticipated saving there of £500,000. Next slide, please. At this stage, I'm going to introduce you to Jack Wiltshire, who's the head of highways. And Jack will go through some of the numbers with you because he's got a much better handle on the detail than I have. I've got to say, I never fail to say how proud I am of the highway service. And when you look at some of the numbers, and we've got some more detail for you on how many potholes we repair, etc. And you'll see just what a fabulous job Jack and his team do. So Jack, I'm going to pass over to you, if I may, for you to go through the rest.
Councillor Bryan, if we move on to the next slide, please. So I'm aware that this slide, for those of you in the room, if you're looking at the screen, that some of those figures are probably quite difficult to read, and you may be seeing it on your screens differently. But I'll take you through a broad overview of what's demonstrated there. Essentially, the left-hand side shows the income which comes into the right-hand side is demonstrating our expenditure. As Councillor Bryan indicated, the majority of the money that comes into highways is actually from external sources. So most of our money comes from the Department for Transport's block funding. So we're looking at having about £18 million worth of funding coming through from DFT each year for our essentially our structural maintenance works and a block allocation for our improvements works. On top of that, we also look at about £11 million worth of external bid funding, and that's gone into things like the Transforming Cities Fund works in South East Dorset for active and sustainable travel, and also the new Gillingham Principal Streets in North Dorset, which is going to help provide an extra 1,800 homes. The big elements on there for our revenue money are probably the parking income, and we've shown that as.
Right to interrupt. Could I just ask you to speak up a little bit? We're not in the chamber. We haven't got the benefit of the microphone.
Parking income there is at £11 million. That is a substantial element of our revenue income. We talk quite interchangeably about capital and revenue income. The most important element here for this committee is our revenue income. So when we look at those items on the left-hand side, when we get down to the bottom left side where it says Dorset Council revenue funding, that is looking at £1 million worth of revenue funding coming from the corporate Dorset Council. So in the most simplistic terms, we're delivering around £54 million worth of work with a £1 million contribution from Dorset Council's revenue funding. I won't run through each of the individual things that we do on the right-hand side. It is quite a diverse service, but I will pick up some of the main points, which are probably our bread and butter items that people would be expecting us to deliver. And that in terms of reconstruction, so our full sort of deep construction, we carried out 30 kilometres worth of full deep construction last year. We carried out 52 kilometres of the standard surfacing that you would normally be seeing. Surface dressing, which is typically delivered for about a third of the cost of a standard resurfacing programme. We delivered 126 kilometres worth of surface dressing last year. And the pothole figure, we do have very specific pothole number because we've got our computerised systems which log and track each pothole we repair. Last year, we repaired 15,127 potholes. As for highway service, or could we just stay on the previous slide? As we include parking services, I will just also cover some of the headline figures for parking. And for 21-22, the income for off-street was just over £7 million, but on-street was just under £500,000. We also make sure that we enforce to ensure that people are paying for their parking. And in that financial year, we issued just over 14,000 on-street parking penalty charge notices, and off-street was just over 11,000 penalty charge notices. So the big number that brings us up to at the bottom is a surplus being brought back into the highway service, which helps us to provide other key services, including passenger transport. And that in the last financial year was just under 6 million. But from this slide, you can see we're looking at increasing that to around £7 million worth of actual income coming in specifically for parking to be delivered. If we can then go on to Dorset Travel on the next slide. Again, slightly difficult to read the actual figures there, but the gross cost of running the travel service is around £27 million. The two big spend areas there are SEN transport at £12.5 million, and that's delivering or helping to transport 1,100 students approximately. Then mainstream school transport is in the region of £7.5 million, and that is helping to transport just under 7,000 school children. Can go into more detail, but I may leave that for the questions. The main points I think to just cover, as have been alluded to already, are the huge increased demands on the service. So we're looking at needing to transport more people. We're also working with very substantial inflationary costs, as Councillor Bryan mentioned, diesel costs going up by 40%, and certainly prominently in the national news, the scarcity of drivers for driving large vehicles. There's lots of attractive alternatives at the moment, and it's quite expensive to secure drivers. So it has made it more difficult to deliver a service against the post-pandemic era of the higher inflation and the specific cost for fuel, which is one of the main reasons why we're looking at significant costs for this service in the next financial year. In a couple of slides' time, we'll show how we're going to meet that additional need. And some of that is to do with additional costs for parking. So we can look at moving some of our parking income into passenger transport. The next slide, I shall return back to Councillor Bryan.
Next slide, please. Oh, no, that's fine. Right, people are aware that my portfolio is fairly diverse and covers an awful lot of areas. So I'm just going to briefly highlight some of the areas where we've got some income coming in. The first area that shows up there is the flood and coastal erosion risk, where we've got some money coming in from outside bodies to help us deal with some of this. It's pretty minimal, but it's there and needs to be shown. Leisure services is something that I part share with Councillor Meadow, so it's on my slide, but she'll talk more about the leisure side of it when we get to her.
You've moved on. I was hoping to actually do the questions and the debate surrounding highways and travel and environment. We're doing environment now, yeah?
No, this is actually sort of wrapping up my portfolio into one area, if I may, Chairman. That's okay. Because as I mentioned earlier on, Coast and Green Space comes under me. That's the people that look after the grass verges and things like that. And we've also got harbours, which has recently come under my portfolio. So the two areas that I've inherited in the last few months is the flood and coastal erosion, which came across from property and assets, and the harbours, which was separate, but we've now brought it into the main structure of the council. And it highlights that we've got income coming in of income coming in of 13 million. That's not me. Thank you. We've got income coming in of 13 million, but we've got expenditure of 20 million. So the 7 million we have to look to the taxpayer to help fund. And I would like to point out that if you look at in the 20 million, the two big numbers is green space. So we're maintaining the grass verges, the traffic islands, and everything that people tend to judge us on from a cosmetic point of view. So that's an important part of this council's work. We have country parks, which more than wipe their face. And I'm pleased to note that all the country parks now are involved with environmental advice. As you can see, there's 1.2 million in there. So there's some reasonably large numbers, but included in the numbers you're seeing here are part of Laura's department, because you've got leisure centres, sports development and cultural development all in there. But look, I'll leave that to Laura to discuss at a later stage. Next slide, please. So when we talk about cost pressures, we've got highways with nearly £750,000 of energy cost on street lighting. And we're currently looking at ways in which we can improve this. When we get to the natural environment presentation, Stephen will talk to you about what we're doing about street lighting to try and reduce those numbers. But of course, you've also got fuel costs, which we've already mentioned. If I can just look at Dorset Travel, which is our ways of getting people around the county. It's amazing how we're having to go out to retender because some bus routes are being returned to us. So we have to go to retender. And if we don't like the tender, then the team have worked very hard on coming up with an alternative. And we are now in the process of renting some buses and drivers and running particular services ourselves, which means we get a fairly good control of the way those buses are working. The SEN travel, again, it's market pressures, but the contracts are going up by 25 to 30%, and it's primarily around the cost of fuel, which I think we all understand because we're all having to pay for the extra cost of fuel. As we look at savings and income proposals, the proposals I've got that we'll be putting forward in detail at a later meeting will give a car park income increase of 1.3 million. And we're looking at £500,000 of that is going to be used for the public transport side, because obviously my aim, and it's never been a secret, is to improve public transport throughout Dorset. It's something I feel quite passionately about, and I'll use every tool I've got in my box to make sure we do that. And we've got some additional income coming in from coast and green space. This has been worked on by the team. And if I look at things like Moores Valley, which is my local area, the shop has increased its turnover quite dramatically over the last 12 months, which gives us a profit from that, which we're able to put into the green space area. I'm going to be very happy to take any questions, Chairman, so I'm going to pass back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Brian. Apologies for interrupting you. That's right. We were doing a roundup on it. You've moved on to the next section. And thank you to Mr. Wiltshire for your presentation as well. I appreciate a lot of work's going into. So I'm just going to move out. Sorry. Move now to invite any members to ask any questions.
On the screen.
In which case, I'll if I move it to somebody select
Which one? This one.
And move to questions from committee members, please. Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I was joking when I said 8 questions, but I've actually racked them up when I said we were going through, right? So apologies for so many. We obviously procure diesel in wholesale terms, and we have them in our depots. Do the vehicles have limiters or rev limiters, speed limiters on them? Just a thought. I'm just asking that question.
For the majority of our fleet, we actually have a fleet telematics system built into the vehicles. So it's the main purpose of it is for a driver behaviour system. So it will it annoys quite a few people, but it will beep if there is rapid acceleration, rapid braking, both sorts of high fuel consuming issues. And we get quite a lot of data back from that, so we can see how individual drivers drive their vehicles, and we can have conversations with people who may have a heavy right foot, and we can support people who and champion people who are driving our vehicles effectively. And that also does actually support the wear and tear on vehicles as well. If they're driven more sensibly, we actually get better longevity from the vehicles. And that system has been running in place now for probably the last 5 years. So we've seen some really good data coming back from that and good fuel reduction.
And the vehicles have a preventative maintenance program on each vehicle, so that we're getting the best performance out of the vehicles that we can.
Yeah, the vehicles go through, or the fleet, Dorset Council's fleet-owned vehicles, Polish. I've got quite involved in this. They each go through their own, essentially, an asset management program cycle. So we know from the point when that vehicle has been purchased, when we're looking to replace it, what major servicing it would need in between.
Okay, thanks, Jack. Second one is Highways still paying off loan taken out in DCC days? I know we had the Highways had a £10 million loan that was paid out of revenue back in those days. I didn't know whether it was still paying back that loan or not, or whether it's gone over to corporate.
I can answer that. It's a question I've been discussing with Heather for a while.
My understanding is it's been paid off.
That's it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know whether it had been paid off. I know there was all this argument when I was in DCC about a big loan that Highways were having to pay £1 million a year.
It was sorted out as part of the LGR coming together.
Okay, that's great. I see environmental advice, 1.2 million. What kind of advice is that? I want to be on that advisory panel.
That's when members of the general. Stephen, do you want to take that, or do you want me to take it? Yeah, that's where we give advice to members of the general public or businesses on how they can link in with the environment side. We also do a lot of training. If you go to some of the green space areas, we do training. That's all built into that. So whilst it looks a large number, it covers quite a broad spectrum of activities. What I'm happy to do is get it broken down for you so you can see how it breaks down into numbers. But at the moment, I've only got the broad number in front of me.
Thank you, Councillor Bright. I know with your astute management, it won't be wasted money. It'll be very well used money. So thank you very much. But for appreciation of members of the public, I need to ask that question.
Sure.
Finally, parking income. You're assuming an additional 1.3 million. How's that going to be achieved? And will there be a further breakdown coming to full council on how you're going to achieve that? I'm just thinking about our market towns, and they rely on people coming in and parking in their town centre car parks for income. And we've only just raised the fees after having a moratorium for about 10 years prior to that. And people will naturally raise their voices in horror at me and my fellow councillors who live in Market Town.
Yeah, if I can just pick up on the latter part first. Obviously, before we put through any increases, it gets approval either at cabinet level or full council level. We do have some opportunities going forward on parking because we are going to be spending quite a lot of money over the coming few months on our car parks. It's no secret we're going to be revamping all the parking machines over a period of time. That investment has already been okayed, and the work is ongoing. if you want an update on that, I'll have to defer back to Dawn, who's sitting behind me, because I don't want to get myself into tricky water because it's out for tendering at the moment. So I need to steer clear. We're looking at ways in which, and I'm going to be honest, we've lost some revenue over the last 12 months with machines not working correctly. Why we've taken the bold step to do something about it totally. So we feel that there's some revenue that will come in that we haven't experienced this year, but we also feel that permits was the first introduction last year, and we're seeing a growth in the use of permits now. So that will give us some increase. I'm going to be honest, there will be some car parking fee increases, but they've been kept to an absolute minimum. But we do need to invest in some of our car parks. I continually get talked about with the surface of some of the car parks. Having looked at one or two of them during the weather, we've had one or two issues with the with potholes or dips in the car park that fill with water. These are the sort of things we're going to be spending some money on in the coming year, but it will come back to council.
That's my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Canning, Councillor Roberts and Councillor Shortell. Is it to do with car parking? Because I've got a couple of questions myself surrounding that.
Yeah, mine for John's.
Yeah, so does mine. So can we go for a thing?
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for that clarification there. Firstly, I just want to ask, you're saying £1.3 million extra for parking. Is that compared to last year's budget or the actual figures that we've actually been getting in?
It's in comparison, as I understand it, to the income we've received this year. Because if I can just explain, we've put 6 different councils together. The information we had when we did the budget for last year was patchy, to say the least, from some of the old district and borough councils. So we did our best way of doing the budget. We've got far more information now. And the good news is with the new machines, we'll be able to get far more detail to present to you this time next year on how the revenue comes in and how often it's used, how many people use a car parking in areas. People always look at car parking as being or wonder why we need to charge for parking. But when you look at the initial slide, and it showed £54 million worth of cost and £54 million of £54 million of expenditure. This is helped by the money people contribute to us from car parks. And car park is an essential part of that revenue earner. If I can just leave it at that.
I would just follow on from that. I really do appreciate your candor on how difficult it has been this last year, and clearly we have all seen the problems with the machines broken and the initial introduction of the shopping permits on the app, not really quite performing the way I think we'd all want it to. You mentioned specifically about surfacing in car parks, but I think there's an equally important issue about lighting in some of them as well. And I hope you'll be able to sort of take that on board as well. Places where the evening economy has been doing well, but where our car parks may not be lit at all in those areas, and there's a public safety issue there. So I certainly would welcome to see this report when you put it together, because it is an interesting challenge to actually deal with the situation as it actually really is. And recognising the challenges that are still to come forward. So I think we all support replacing machines and improving the app, and then we get a better idea of whether the money is. Personally, I find it quite difficult to justify the increase in charges when the service itself it has been as poor as it has been this year. I think it'd be better to actually go for increase in charges once we've actually already seen some improvements on the ground.
If I may, Chairman. You'll notice in some of the car parks we've already introduced lighting. We're also, with the new machines, going to have the facility, if we so wish, to provide Wi-Fi points and all sorts of things that will make life much easier for the residents. The way the new machines will be installed will give us all these facilities. One of the difficulties that we experience is obviously with providing enough EV charging points within the car parks. That's down to the electricity supply to that particular area. And I can think of one particular application, not a million miles away from where I live, where it took us nearly 3 months to get the connection done. The machines were in, but we couldn't get the electricity connection. But I mean, that is overcome now, but it just shows how much time is going in to providing the extra facilities. So please be assured that there's a full car parking review going on as we speak, and we'll be able to bring to members far more detail in the coming few weeks.
Canning, as the portfolio holder, it would be remiss of me not to speak about car parks.
Chair,
Long
wants to come.
conversation, Rainer. Before I come to my questions, Mr. Dunn.
Just a quick observation. We've got car parking is on the scrutiny meeting agenda for next time, so the 26th of January. So that's, we're conscious that a lot of this will be there. Thank you.
Not wishing to put words in portfolio holders' mouths, but I understand that some of the revenue from car park charging go towards the winter maintenance programme, which is obviously intrinsically important to keep our roads safe through the winter. I'd also like to highlight the fact that my understanding is the quality of the machines that were passed down from the former council authorities. We inherited as a council a number of different types of machines that were not necessarily in good order when we took them on, which was unfortunate, which then we have a cost burden, as you've already highlighted, due to that fact that we took on infrastructure that really was well past its sell by date by the time we took it on in effect. Would that be a fair comment?
Yeah, I mean, if I may, Chairman, when we started looking at car parks, I was amazed to see there were over 70 different permits, very complicated, totally unworkable. So we managed to do that. But picking up on the point you're making, yes, a lot of the machines were inherited. We've got a building at the moment, or a container at the moment, that is full of the old machines, because during the last 12 months, we've had a lot of abuse of the machines. Some machines have actually been taken away in total. And this is one of the reasons why we're not going to do away with cash payments. Let me make that clear. But we are going to encourage more and more people to use the app for payment or permits for payment, which means there'll be less money actually in the machines.
That brings us to the cost pressures within the budget at the moment. Do we have an understanding of how much revenue was lost through those machines, either through criminal activity or machine breakdown? Because we did lose a significant proportion of our revenue over the course of last financial year, haven't we? Or this present financial year, sorry.
Yeah, if I can just point out two things. First of all, yes, we lost some money on that, but we also at various stages gave free parking to some different areas to help them through the tail end of the pandemic. We were working with the health team to make sure that they sort of got some help on car parking. But in answer to your initial question, there was very little data that we could get from the old machines. So for me to give you a number, I'll be honest, would be a guess, and I don't think that would be right at the moment. We will have, with the new machines, everything we need. The new machines will give us all the data, which will make it much easier for me to come in front of you next year, subject to Spencer keeping me on. Next year, next year, that was a no comment. That will answer these sort of questions. The data we had has made it very difficult, on working out what we need to do, but also when we did the review, we had to keep it to a minimum because we didn't want to overstep. And that's the way we worked it on the initial review. As you know, this came to full council for discussion. Parking is quite an emotive subject, but our aim has always been to be fair and give value for money. and our car parks are in some pretty expensive places. So as part of the review, we're looking what car parks we have, whether we need to keep them or whether we need to do it in a different way. That's all part of the review that you're going to have come before you. And I look, as Aidan has said, we're bringing it to scrutiny later this month, and I should be interested to be able to discuss further with you on some of the detail.
Thank you, that's Brian. Thanks for Canning.
Yeah, just following up to get the facts here. So, how many new machines are you looking to order, and what percentage of the machines would that be?
Yeah, I believe the number is 260. Yes, and obviously, wherever we need to buy some more machines as we get these installed, then I should be going to Aidan's door and just pointing out the fact that if we want control, we need to have the right equipment. But there's 260 that's in the initial batch.
And how many machines do we have in total? Do you know?
Any idea?
I can phone a friend.
It would be useful to know at some point. Thank
you. Yeah, if we can come back to you on that.
Scrutiny next week, haven't we?
Chairing this meeting, I remind members I'm chairing this meeting. Thank you for the information. I think it was important just to get that out within this scrutiny committee as we sit here now to tell our budget for this forthcoming year. I appreciate we're going to deal with it in the next scrutiny meeting, but I just want to put that on the table in this meeting. So if I can move to other questions, it's been highlighted already within. I just asked the one question. I've got other members that are waiting to ask. In terms of vehicle fuel and the significant risks there are around the budget with the vehicle fuel, with how that has escalated, and it is an extremely volatile market, obviously by the Ukraine situation, which has obviously impacted severely on markets, various global markets. In terms of the transport fleet and the fuel that it needs, do we bulk buy that fuel? Do we have a procurement contract in place to bulk buy that at discounted costs? And I appreciate that it's a very volatile market in which to be buying over a long period.
Yes, we have contracted rates on fuel purchase. If I can find the piece of paper, because I've just put it away. You get a different rate up to 5,000 litres. The next level is from 5,000 to 17,000 litres. And from 17,000 litres and above, there's another different rate. And we tend to be buying at the better rate because the amount of fuel we use. As I say, if I just look at the latest figure I've got, unfortunately I haven't got December numbers in yet, but the latest figures I've got is 184,886 litres we bought in the month of November last year. I have to keep remembering it's last year now.
And we're satisfied that we're getting best bang for buck, basically. We've got a constant monitoring of that, yes?
Yeah, without having to divulge contract rates, which would be wrong. I'm very confident we've got a very good handle on this.
I need to know. I'm now going to move to Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, if I could just come back, because my young colleague at the side of me, we have a total of 260 machines, so they will all be replaced under the new order.
Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman. This is, I think, for both Councillor Brian and for Jack Wiltshire. I want to talk about benchmarking. Within the area that I help to look after the harbours, we, for instance, benchmark 7 competitor harbours to establish our pricing regime. Do our road maintenance, our repairs, our potholes get benchmarked against other authorities? When I do a lot of miles and drive around, my feeling is that Dorset would rate very highly, but it would be very good for a transparency to show how our costs compare and how our repairs compare with that.
But the short answer is absolutely yes, we do. We're a member of the APSI benchmarking club, and we benchmark against all authorities, and that's separated down into relevant authorities to us. And yes, you're right. We're in the upper quartile of that compared to other authorities. Happy to share the performance report for last year if wished.
I think it would be useful. We see regular dashboards of other items. I think it would be reassuring to see that. And Ray, for the same, do we benchmark car parking in other authorities? Because I think it could reassure our residents that actually we are giving them a very good system here in Dorset compared to some other authorities.
In answer to the question, yes, we benchmark against our close neighbours, but we also benchmark against other areas that would have an equivalent sort of coastal area or market town area. Dorset's a bit special, as we all know. It'd be wrong of me to not point that out. But yes, we spent a lot of time when we did the initial car park review on looking at the competitive nature. We not only benchmark against other authorities, but we also benchmark against the independents, because you've got independent car park operators. And I can in all honesty say, we always make sure we are very competitive, which actually means we could, if we wanted to, lift the car park charges, but that's not the intention to go like other areas. Our neighbouring area is substantially higher than us, and I'm talking £7 or £8 a day for parking in a close area to us as against our own area. So yes, we do benchmark in detail.
Probably it's for the 26th, but do we benchmark against our own town councils?
There are some areas we do.
That they charge.
Yes, there are some areas we do, and you know full well that we have a car park next door to us in Lyme Regis, where we do look at what the town council charges as against what we are charging.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Question, Councillor Roberts. I think about the parochial level. Councillor Shortale.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. One of the answer to the problems regarding the fuel is, of course, to electrify the fleet. But I can understand that, in fact, and I'm sure that Councillor Brown, this is being held back by the rollout of charging points, because we don't want to be like a certain council in Yorkshire who bought a fleet of electric vehicles only to find that they can't charge them. So can you confirm the fact that that is the situation, and the fact that when the charging points are available, then that we will look more closely at electrifying the fleet of vehicles we've got?
If I may, Chairman, can I refer that question back to when we talk about the natural environment? Because in that presentation, you'll see that we are already invested in electric vehicles and now have already taken delivery. I have a query, and I'm talking to the fleet team, because if you look at the waste vehicles, a number of councils have gone to electrified waste vehicles. The problem is that works quite well in an urban area, but in a rural area, by the time you've got the weight on and you compacted it, it still raises some questions for me. So we're currently looking at different ways and different fuels that we can use in our vehicles. But as I say, it's probably best left for Stephen to discuss at a later stage. But the answer is, have a good vision on it. Hydrogen's on its way. Should I throw that in?
Ask a subsequent question.
Is it to do with what we're actually on at the moment?
What was actually been discussed? Yeah, I don't want to talk about potholes. Cost of potholes, I was mentioned earlier, and we've done a fantastic job in clearing. What was it, 15,000 potholes, and the cost involved in that. Were we subjected to any damage claims as a result of hitting potholes by members of the public? And does that contribute a large amount towards that costing?
Yes, Chair. If I'm happy to answer that question. Yes, we do get damage claims. The repudiation rate that we have is very, very high. So I don't have the figure that we paid out in terms of pothole claims last year, but a very, very low sum. I believe it's less than £1,000. When we benchmark through the APSI system we just mentioned, other authorities are paying out. I think the worst performing authority paid out in the region of £6 million. So in those sorts of instances, I hypothetically, there was an issue with a highway defect which hadn't been repaired in time, and there was an injury to a person. You can see how those costs can rack up fairly quickly if there's a claim against the authority. But the answer for us is, we know from our benchmarking we actually have a relatively low number of potholes from the investment strategy we've had, and particularly thanks to Councillor Bryan, the work we've done in terms of securing the additional capital money to put more money into a proactive response, so more surfacing to stop those potholes happening in the first place. We're actually in a position where the number of potholes we have is reducing. And again, when we benchmark, there's very few other authorities which are in a position of reducing numbers of potholes.
Okay. Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to talk about car parking because I don't have a Dorset Council car park in my ward. Simply observe actually on that I've just paid 30 quid for a New Forest permit. 12 months, which is, I thought it was quite good value for 3 hours parking in a lot of different office car parks. However, what I'm really interested in is where we were touching on earlier with transforming the fleet to electric stroke hydrogen. Now, those are significant capital costs, clearly. We have vehicles that are nowhere near end of life at the moment. And I wanted to know how that transformation, the capital cost, is then recouped year on year through revenue changes. Are we taking out loans in order to buy these vehicles? Are we doing it from capital reserves? Where's the money coming from to buy new hydrogen-powered buses and waste vehicles, if that's what we want to do? And how is that then recovered year on year? And what effect will that have on the budget that we're planning?
Again, if I can just refer back to Stephen on his presentation, because you'll see what, through Stephen's capital budget, we're using some of that funding to equalise the cost of the vehicles with fleet. So if I can just defer that question back to Stephen's presentation, if you don't mind.
Okay, I look forward to it.
Appreciate that. Excellent.
Oh, and by the way,
There's a crossover there, so I appreciate
There
it.
is.
We'll defer it till we get to
the Dorset roads are better than Hampshire roads. I drive on both. Well done, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Took. Let's just ask around Dorset travel, £360,000 things. Okay, I just wonder what work was being done to reduce that cost burden and how it compares to last year's budget line. The working group can set up a look into around that.
Bear with me. I'll think you're on me, Jack. Can I just ask you for the detail again? Because
I knew you were going to ask me that. One thing I didn't write the page number down on myself. We return to it in a minute.
So it's the reference is on page 30, paragraph 20.38. It says additional funding is proposed to be added to the budget for service specific pressures under Dorset travel at 360,000.
That's money we're finding on grant.
Yeah, so essentially Dorset travel, this will be, in particular, this will be, correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, around home to school transport. So supporting more children, in particular children with special educational needs. We're recognising that more children, more cost, as well as the fuel increases. So as part of the budget build, we've identified that the budget needs extra funding, and that will come through a combination of council tax, government grants, and what have you. I think your reference about how the projects to contain that, Matthew Piles is leading a working group looking at that detail, because it not only is it about place-based services, but it's also about children's services, identifying the best place for the child to receive their special educational needs.
It is one of those crossovers. I'm going to go on to my next point I want to make. but that was to do it. And I guess that part of the problem is being a rural county obviously impacts on our costs of that rather than being in an urban environment. So following on from that, as I say, it's one of these where there's a crossover, which is on page 1 at 20.39. And I mentioned this in Councillor Taylor's Scrutiny Committee as well, that the SEND travel budget is considerable. I had hoped that the Dorset Centre of Excellence would accommodate provision of children from outside the authority, which would help to offset and send the SEND travel costs. My understanding is that this provision at the Centre of Dorset Excellence has not taken place yet, concerning the fact that the assets need to be sweated. Could I ask that this project is expedited at pace and before the end of the current financial year of 2023-24, at the table on page 33, Children's Services are not bringing forward an income revenue budget line. Now, I've spoken to the portfolio holder for children. He is aware that I'm raising this question. I don't know if the portfolio holder for children would like to make any comment or not. But when we took on formerly Coombe House, we were all in agreement that we would really need to sweat the asset. And in terms of the significant costs there are around SEND travel, it is part of that. I'm hoping future business plan that we can expedite at pace. I just wondered whether there was any comment on that.
Yeah, the only comment I could pass, Chairman, is the fact that in the detail I gave you earlier on, it shows that we're working to reduce the SEN budget down by about £250,000. That's the initial start, and we will continually work with both children's services and adult services to reduce the cost of travel for the council overall. I'm very aware that if we want to spend money on public transport, we've got to make the money from somewhere else. I am going to sort of mention it. I've been invited to go and talk to the Transport Select Committee on the 25th of this month, so I shall take up that invite. And part of it is to talk about the travel issues that we have. And I look forward to being able to report back to the council after that select committee meeting. But that's how seriously we are taking it, and we're working in close cooperation with our MPs to make sure that Dorset gets a decent hearing on transport. Because if we want to make it easy for people to go from their car to public transport, that has to be part of this package that I'm going to be raising at the Transport Select Committee. We've just finished the BSIP update. I signed it off yesterday. It will become a public document over the next few weeks. And I'll make sure it's circulated to this group so they can see what we're doing.
Thank you, Brian. Got no more questions. We enter into the debate part of it. Does any member wish to make any comments that we need to feed back to Cabinet? Highlights to me is the concerns that we would have over the cost of SEND provision transport. It's having a serious impact on the place budget of that aspect of it. We content with that? Yeah.
I think we should also be saying that we don't feel it's justified to increase charges for car parking until these issues are sorted out. Once we've got the machines in place and the car parking in better condition, I think then we can look at increasing the charges more. But doing today, effectively putting an increase on an increase that they only had 12 months ago.
In relation to the public expectations of what they feel they should be provided within the car park quality and amenity. Yes,
I'm sure the public can't see why we should be increasing charges for a service that has not been performing its best in the last year or so.
Thanks, Roberts.
Chairman, I've repeated this at previous budget scrutinies, and I feel that any member who wants to reduce the budget, i.e. in not putting up, should have an alternative suggestion on how that income is raised to make sure we have a balanced budget.
I don't have it in my back pocket, but I hope we got some ideas before we actually put to the full council.
I think we certainly need to raise a concern about the quality of the condition of some of the car parks with what our residential population would expect. I think that would be a fair comment to make.
But I'm not happy for this committee to put a proposal forward to delay the increase in car park charges.
Proposal, so it's an observation to cabinet. They can choose to ignore it if they wish to.
Thank you.
Councillor Bryan.
If I may just come back on something that everybody is aware, including the general public. We are facing a 20 to 30% increase in material costs, all of which has to be paid. A lot of those material costs are associated with highways, and parking is part of highways, so it has to be grouped in, because if we don't do it through that, then we would have to then look at the council tax side. And again, there's lots of people don't use their cars, and it's highways that the cars run on. So I think, in fairness, whilst I take your point, I would find it very difficult in the current circumstances not to push forward on the numbers that we've got. But I take on board what you've said.
Thank you, Councillor Bryan. Okay, if we concluded that, members, then I'm going to move to a 10-minute adjournment for a comfort break, as it's been indicated. Comfort break, so please, if we can be back at 22. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with the Scrutiny for Place and Resources Committee meeting. I'm moving to Economic Growth and Assets and Generation. Portfolio holder is Councillor Tony Ferrari, and the officer presenting is Peter Hopkins. Welcome, Councillor Ferrari. Welcome, Mr. Hopkins.
Stuck in a car that's working very well. We got there on this. Sorry.
Who's leading on this?
I'll start.
Yep. Sorry.
Let's got the slides. You've moved from one of the largest bits to one of the smallest bits. Next slide, please. Can't read that. Like the rest of the council, assets and property generates about half of our income, and we spend about 12 million. What's not seen very much is an awful lot of that is internal Dorset activity. So putting a new roof on a school or repairing a leaking tap. That's where it's all spent. Next slide, please. We've got two real challenges. The first one is our costs have gone up along with everybody else's. We heat all the buildings, we do all those sorts of places that energy gets used. And we have to rationalise and reduce our estate, both because it and because we want the financial savings that come from it. We have a huge number of projects. Most of them aren't terribly large. So we've got 136 specific projects, most of which are very small. I think that's probably a background to us, and I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Ferrari. Do I move to Mr. Hopkins?
Yep, feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair. I think, yeah, as Councillor Ferrari said, our challenges are, for example, even this current financial year is being able to absorb, £300,000 of additional utility costs in terms of that increase. You can see we spend over £6 million being projected for next year. So as I say, we are working on a programme to try and remove and dispose of our surplus estate at pace next financial year to drive that £500,000 of revenue savings that you saw on one of the earlier slides. We're also looking to drive up the commercial income portfolio in terms of collecting again some old and more backdated out rent reviews in terms of driving new income that the council will not be expecting, and we're hoping that will drive another £200,000 to £300,000 of income in the next financial year as well, based on engagement with officers in terms of increasing resources across assets in regen to try and drive those efficiencies. Otherwise, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. So I'll move to any non-committee members who wish to ask a question. So I'll move to committee members to ask questions, please. Councillor Took.
Is there any detail on the income from commercial ratings? It's one line there, but are there any numbers that go with it?
We can certainly provide them to you. There are a lot of lines, none of them particularly substantial in their own right, but we certainly provide the numbers for you.
Total. It's two.
It would be circa over 350 separate commercial lettings of some sort or another, generating those income from concessionaries to places like Southwark House in lettings. So we certainly can provide a breakdown.
Yeah, it just be nice to know what income is. Nice to know how much.
The totality is about 6 million from all of the different categories of lettings. So that's farms and hotels and commercial premises. But as I say, I can get a breakdown for you.
It's just a general question. The Dorset Council increase in fees and charges is 5%. Has that a similar figure been applied to commercial lettings, or do commercial sort of competition restrict us or enable us to vary it more than that 5%?
We have an absolutely enormous number of different contract frameworks that govern all. I mean, we've probably got 25 different we probably have 25 different contract frameworks for hotels alone. And so that what we can do on each of them is enormously variable. Some have got inflation linkage in them, some haven't. The principle is we seek what is the commercial value for the asset that we are leasing and seek to acquire that rate for the commercial asset. And we do that if we have freedom within the contract framework to do it, but quite often we don't. Quite often that's been set up at the original contract point.
Is there an overall increase percentage compared to, say, last year? Is that data available? Or rather than an increase in income percentage?
We can get an income figure for the 2 years. But coming out of COVID, we've had a very atypical year because there were lots of rent implications for tenants, some of which went out of business. So it's been a very inconsistent period. So I'll give you the data, but it's not it doesn't give us a basis to project from.
But this next year may give us a better base.
Next year will be much more stable, yeah, because we're reaching a steady state position with our tenants now.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, just a question on this one. With the pressures on commercial businesses, are we getting any kickback when we're like proposing rent increases, etc.? What is there any risk behind that? I'm just concerned under the current pressures that businesses are under at the moment.
I don't recall ever putting up a rent and not getting a kickback about it. We seek to charge commercially appropriate rents, and it's difficult to argue with that from a tenant's perspective. If this is the market rate for an asset, I mean, they will absolutely certainly try and negotiate a price. But equally, we come from an objective-based pricing position.
Thank you. Braden, or should we wish to come in on just careful on the choice of language. When we say kickback, you're referring to challenge. Challenge, yes. Not wanting to pay an increase rather than any backhander. And
that's exactly how I took it.
I'm going to tone the phrase probably, but well, it should.
Just to clarify that point, thank you. Intervention. Councillor Andrews?
No, that's fine. That's been clarified.
Yes. I've got a question myself. So on page 20 at 15.2, is an expected 5.3 million capital receipt realistic? How much of this has already been delivered? Is there an assurance that any disposals will be the correct decision concerning individual properties and assets and will not adversely impact on future strategic thinking? What level of risk are we looking at?
Sorry, Chair, I'm still. We have 136 capital projects. We will fail to deliver all 136 of them inevitably. We have a secondary list of replacement projects that we would use to backfill against any project failures. Our limiting rate is staff, not projects. This is one of those staff markets like planning officers and all sorts of other people where the staff are simply not available in the UK. It's really difficult to get staff in this sort of area. And so we will be maximising our receipt against staff. And we know that there is risk associated with each individual project, but we're taking a portfolio approach that means that we are confident about the overall numbers, even if not on each individual project.
I think it's fair to say that if there's a council with expectations and aspirations, there is always going to be a certain amount of mission creep that we can't deliver everything we want to deliver. But nevertheless, what we started, and we know that that's always in the pipeline, that's the place we want to get to. That'd be fair.
The financial place we want to get to. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, each individual transaction, we're trying to buy a property or sell a property with a counterparty, and they may change their mind. And so that individual transaction may not happen. But as I said, our aspiration is the financial numbers, and we've got a portfolio of projects that we can deliver that with.
Mr. Hopkins, feel free if you need to make any comment.
No, thank you, Chair. I think, yeah, absolutely, as the Cabinet lead has said, it is the resourcing element there. So the additional resources granted by the authority to step up the resources is very welcome to deliver those aspirational aims against those 136 properties. But as we go through that due diligence and delivery of transactions, as Councillor Ferrari said, some will fall away, but we do have a list of Plan B projects to pick up and fill the gap with. But it is getting those long-term permanent resources is the challenge at the moment.
In regards to staff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry to cut across. Just you raised a question about paragraph 15.2 around the financial risk. So what 15.2 says is what we are using capital receipts of 5.3 million. And those are assets that we've already disposed of. So we've already got the money. And what we're planning to do is to use that 5.3 million, and we need to get the relevant government department's permission for approval to do that, but we'll convert that into revenue so that we can enhance our team and do all these things that we want to do. So that's what that paragraph's trying to say.
So that government department, we need to get the approval. I appreciate that because of the level of money that's involved. Do we foresee that there will be a stalling there in terms of what the government is trying to deal with that could hamper what we're trying to deliver, or are we on board with that?
We think it's very low risk. It's a routine process. We fill in a form and say this is a legitimate use of capital receipts, and then acknowledge that. Just go through that process now.
That's great, thank you.
Jerry, I think.
Yeah, Councillor Jesperson, I'll allow you to come in at this point.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Sherry Jesperson. You mentioned that one of your chief issues is with staffing, which I appreciate, and as it was formerly with planning. Now, planning outsourced a lot of their work and brought in agencies. So now, have we looked at outsourcing some of this? There are commercial operations that do some of this sort of thing for a living. In the ideal world, we would not, of course, outsource this work. We would do it in-house, but this is not the ideal world. So are we looking at outsourcing some of this work? Because it seems to me it might cost us a little bit more to outsource it, but at least we'll have the money in some kind of reasonable timescale.
If we aren't budgetarily constrained in terms of the staffing we need to deliver the projects. As we speak, we have directly employed staff, agency staff, subcontracted areas of work. We use all of the above when they're appropriate for a particular task. But we would always welcome more people, opportunities, or companies that can deliver part of the stuff that we're trying to do. Because, as I said, we're resource constrained. I have a budget ceiling that I can't spend all of as we speak today because I can't find the staff to do the work.
The ones that we do take on short-term contracts?
We take on, the answer to the question is, we take on staff on the contract that will mean that the staff choose to work for us. So, Peter started with us on a contract and has transferred into a permanent employment. So we do all of the above. Our objective is to get the staff through the door. The secondary criteria is what are the employment contracts that we have to bring them in on.
Wish to make any comment, Mr. Hopkins?
If I can, Chair. Yeah, it's just an example. We've recently done a tender for a particular area of estates work that went out both to national players and regional players. we only had one tender come back, and that was at twice the rate to deliver what we're already spending to try and deliver that service in-house. So we are always testing the market to see if we are offering the best value for money services for residents for the money we're allocated. But that is a sign of the commercial market only choosing to bid at an exceptional rate, because again, they are choosing to do that because they're having their own resources area problems within the estates area.
Thank you. Move on to page 39 at 27.2. So it's an interesting comment. In order to resize the council, and I appreciate that the estate for Dorset Council, what was inherited, is massive. And obviously we're now going through that repurposing and disposal and what we're going to retain. Personally, it's clearly known within the council authority, I've always had a concern around making a cautious approach in terms of office disposal to fulfill a desire bring forward a hot desk policy of a ratio that could be 7 to 8 officers to 1 desk. I just wonder what the latest thinking was within the team on that.
We're a service delivery organisation, not a strategy organisation. And for the council, we deliver the ratio that HR specifies to us. So we get told how many desks the organisation wants and where it wants it, and we seek to deliver that. I mean, what we've done when the council formed, we had 19 offices. We've reduced that by 7. So our focus has always been on revenue improvement. So we've reduced the cost of our estate by £1.2 million, and we've done a contract with the NHS for Southwarks House, which is about another £350,000 a year. That was the key financial transaction, the most valuable financial transaction for Dorset. We've done all of that. That's all. I describe our own personal estate rather than bits that we own as now in an evolution of function stage rather than a property disposal stage. So each of the business units are looking at where they need to deliver services for the community, and our job then is to provide the building infrastructure to deliver that, which might be in a building we already own, but it might be we don't have a building there and we need to seek out a building there. So that question's an HR question rather than an assets question. We just do the we deliver the estate that we get asked for.
Yeah, so if I could give a comment from an organisational perspective, from the sort of corporate perspective, and this is essentially our Dorset workplace framework, we're describing it. So first of all, just a quick acknowledgement that not all our staff are office based. You know, we've got a whole variety of the way different people work in different ways, be they social workers, bin collecting colleagues. But for office-based staff, we've got the Dorset Workplace Framework, which essentially is a very flexible approach. The ratio that Tony talks, we talk about, you mentioned, Chair, of sort of 5 desks for 10 staff, and that's what we've got available at the moment. Frankly, walking around our headquarters here, we've got too many desks. Many of them are unoccupied at the moment. So there is something about the new way of working post-pandemic. So as an employer, as an organisation, we want to be flexible, we want to be accommodating, but we want to be effective to get the job done. I think the really interesting piece of this work is is the way that we are trying to reuse our spaces so that colleagues can collaborate more effectively. So it's not just about having a desk to come and do your emails to sort of send messages. So it's a much more different way of working. And so it's an organisational piece of work where we're describing the way we want the buildings to be, and our property and asset colleagues are developing a plan to do that. We're also mindful that it still feels relatively early days after the pandemic, and you and I, Chair, have had conversations about we don't want to lose too many desks in case, in particular during winter, more colleagues start to come into the office. It's not something we've seen yet. But we're still mindful of it, so we don't want to be too hasty.
page 39 written down. Yeah, it's the same one. So while I am confident that the right approach is being taken in terms of property and assets, and thinking is now being done concerning the authority's estate, we'll still need to understand that the desire and implementation of a fire sale to accommodate capital receipts to offset budget gaps needs to be resisted. That'd be a fair comment. Would officers agree repurposing and deriving a rent from properties wherever achievable is a more desirable strategy?
Our first assessment of every unit is from a revenue implication. Assets is not driving a capital receipts program. So we look at every asset from a revenue perspective. Can we rent it? Is there some use we can make of it? Sometimes the answer will be yes, sometimes it will be no. And at that point, we will seek capital receipts, but we are extremely resistant to fire sales. We would walk away from a transaction rather than sell below value.
Ms. Tompkins, did you want to make any comment?
No, Chair, on that one. Our cabinet member has hit the nail on the head. We're not in a fire sale situation. The assets we are proposing to dispose of have been through the options analysis to identify that actually the sale is the best outcome for the council, and we don't have a repurposing or an ability to generate a revenue income from them.
Thank you. Yes, Phil.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back a little step to by Councillor Ferrari a little while ago, that he's got a budget for staff that is capped, but which he can't actually reach the cap because he can't recruit the staff. Is that because we are constrained by the salaries we can offer, so that people don't want to work for us, or is it because there is a scarcity of qualified people? For example, I'm aware in planning we have a shortage of planning officers. Nobody can find a planning officer for lovely money, apparently. But is it the problem, the salaries we offer? Is it lack of the skilled resource out in the marketplace? Or is there some other reason why people are not working, are not jumping to work for this fabulous organisation?
Pass over to Pete in a moment because he deals with the recruitment directly. From a UK perspective, there aren't enough of these skills in the country. You know, everybody's short of surveyors and all of those sorts of skills. So that feeds through into a market rate issue, inevitably. But the underlying picture is the country doesn't have enough of these people with these skills. I don't know if Pete would like to add some more comments to that.
No, thank you. It is just a blended council took of both of those points. We are experienced as a lot of professional organisations are around the country, people who opted during COVID to retire during their early 50s, and the succession planning hasn't been there for the skill set to come through. So we are competing with, say, private companies, other local authorities for the same skill set. That is affecting the market rate. And again, dare I say it, the London and home counties are able to command a better premium on those salaries than we can do. But we are getting there, but it does cause us a headache in terms of retention.
Thank you. Clearly, that would normally lead to a supply and demand curve, and where the two crosses where your market point is. We seem to be only able to offer market rate. If you had unlimited funds and you could raise salaries, is there a point at which you could say, yeah, we would have plenty of resource? And I know we don't have limited funds, but how far off that supply demand meeting point are we in terms of salaries we can offer?
I think Pete's
if we're competing for scarce resources, then basic economics says you pay more.
I think Pete's best position to answer that.
Yep. No, thank you. If I can just give a simple analogy at the moment, as you know, I've been here for 12 months now. So for my previous authority, on average, our salary levels here are between 15 to 30% lower than what I would be paying for similar qualified staff in the Surrey market. So that's the level of difference. But again, it's around a specialised area of knowledge that we're controlling. And in some areas, we do pay a market rate and supplement to make sure we do get those resources in, because we have critical areas we can't afford not to get support and delivered on. So we are competing in that marketplace.
Expecting a normal commercial organisation is some what if scenarios where you look at someone, if you paid that much, it achieves that much. I've not seen any sort of analysis like that on any of these reports. Do we do that sort of what if scenarios and play with figures? I like spreadsheets to play with figures. I've done it for 30 years. It's great.
We aren't a commercial organisation, and what we are trying to do is to build a steady state council that is fit for purpose in the medium term. And so what we can't do is take short-term decisions that would end up with long-term disruption to the structure of the organisation. And we are still dealing with the fact that this is a new council, because what we did was we merged 5 building, planning, assets departments into one, and had an inappropriate set of skills in that merger for the new tasks that we were seeking, for the bigger, more ambitious tasks that this council was seeking. So not this financial year, last financial year, we structured to build an organisation that maps onto the medium-term requirements of the council. And what we do every day is try and do transactions, but also try and build structure. So we couldn't end up with an office full of highly paid external contractors who would deliver a huge amount for us, because one day we will dispose of this backlog of assets we'll have with, and we need to transition to that medium term structure that Dorset needs. So what we mustn't do is create a spike today that will cost us in the future. So, I mean, your comments are entirely right. So we need to seek a balance between that. How much do we need to pay to deliver the functions that we need, but in the context of we're trying to build a medium-term organisation?
That makes perfect sense. It's just finding that point, able to be efficient and do the jobs that you're supposed to do. It's employing, because you're employing the right number of staff. If you have too few staff, then you don't actually achieve the objectives you set because the resources aren't there. But I'm just curious to know what sort of modelling might be done to say what we could do in the future, what the alternatives are.
I bring Councillor Dunn at this point. Councillor.
Oh, sorry. I knew it was going to have to seem related. Can I make an
noted to play in a birthday? I should have, but my deepest apologies.
No, it was a compliment. Thank you. Just to comment 2 aspects, one on the wider workforce issue and secondly on financial modelling. I think workforce is such a hot topic, isn't it, about getting skills, not just in assets and property, but across the board. And as a senior leadership team this week, we were discussing the very issue in particular social workers. We had a bit of comparative work with neighbouring authorities of how much they're paying their social workers. And, it honestly, it presents a bit of a threat to us in terms of the rate of increase in other authorities. So we have got our workforce plans that look at those sort of issues. Secondly, the point that Councillor Ferrari makes about balancing out that need for the short sort of what's the business of usual level of workforce, and then what do we need to buy in specialist, and that in particular relates to the 5.7 million that we've mentioned earlier. And it goes back to that principle of invest to save, and I think that's the point you're driving at. There's some real opportunities to make some early wins to reduce the cost base of this organisation by disposing or repurposing of assets. And we're absolutely open to invest to save, and indeed Pete's done some great modelling about how that 5.7 million could be invested in staff and what sort of return we could get. So we do scenario modelling. We are worried about the workforce, as is every employer in the country at the moment. And we could perhaps share some of that detail behind the scenes, in terms of spreadsheets, if you wish. But it is it brings together invest to save, business as usual, market forces, and then finally, just a quick flag to Monday's audit committee, where we've got a paper on consultancy and agency spend, because that's the corollary, isn't it? That's the opposite. If we can't have if we can't employ people, then we end up having to fill the jobs with agency and consultancy, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it can be more expensive. So a quick flag to have a look at that paper if you haven't already seen it.
Yeah, agency staff are always more expensive short term, but of course, once you don't need them anymore, you don't pay them anymore.
Yeah. That, yeah. Sorry, was that 5.7 or 5.3?
Sorry, I've lost track.
It's 5.3.
I'll take the 5.7, please. Oh, sorry.
Within my group, the whole thing. Okay, members, we've got no more questions. We wrap this one up. I think.
Yes, thank you.
I think from the conversation that we've had, I think what's come out of that is that we're confident with the strategic approach over the assets within Dorset Council, the way it's being dealt with, yeah?
Yes.
And that the message we send back to Cabinet is that we've got concerns around the staff levels in order to be able to deliver what this council wants to deliver in terms of its asset, its aspirations around its assets and regeneration. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hopkins, for your input. Thank you, Councillor Ferrari. Really appreciate that. And I'm just going to tidy up something I should have done earlier and thank Councillor Bryan previously for his input, and particularly the officer Jack, Mr. Wilson. Remiss of me as a chairman, too much going on. But thank you very much, Ferrari. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and those comments are very well taken here.
Members, we'll move to the next part of our committee agenda, which is the natural environment ecology. Welcome back, Councillor Bryan, to the table, and the officer, Mr. Stephen Ford, for a presentation, please. Lead on this, Mr. Bryan.
Only to introduce Stephen for those that haven't met him before. He's been around long enough now, because he's got grey hair. But no, for those that, and obviously for members of the general public, Stephen Ford joined us midway through last year. I'm going to leave it to him to bang his own drum and show what a great job he's doing. So, Stephen, it's over to you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bryan. I feel like there's a lot of expectation just built up in that introduction, so I hope I don't let everyone down now.
True.
So, I think, so thank you for that. I think just before we sort of dive into the slides, I think it's just important to set a little bit of context around this sort of key council priority area. When we're talking about sort of enhancing our environment, reducing operational emissions or reducing Dorset emissions, working with others, there's some things that are within Dorset Council's control, but there's a lot of things that are going to be very contingent on how we work with others, whether that's communities, partner organisations, and so on and so forth. So there's a real sort of leadership issue here, which I think is really important in terms of how successful Dorset, not only Dorset Council, but the wider sort of Dorset system is going to be in terms of moving towards these shared ambitions. Even within an operational context of reducing our own emissions as well, this isn't something that is specific to the service that I reside in, or even the directorate that I reside in. This is a cross-service, cross-council ambition. And the only way, in my opinion, this is going to be successful is if all services start to realign the way that they operate. Now, some of that might be in a peripheral way in some, but it may be more fundamental in others. But actually, that is the way that certainly since I've joined, I've been trying to work with services to see how we can start to make fundamental changes to reduce the carbon impact of our services. Some of that's around how we operate. Some of that might be around the way that we look at policy development and how we engage with legislators
there's lots of different levels to it, but just I think it's important to set that context. There's a huge amount of work that's already gone into that in terms of cross-council operational groups, embedded program management, embedded communication support. We're working on new decision-making processes as well that will better embed environmental considerations into what we do. All of that has resource implications in terms of shifting away from steady state to a different approach to how we're going to embed the environmental and climate and ecological work into what we do. So I think that's really important. And the final point I would make as well is we've been working, and it's not just in our service. I think it's across the council. We've been working really hard with partner organisations as well, and pulling together governance structures to work with NHS, police, and lots of other public sector organisations as well, just to see what we can do in terms of sharing our resources, so that we're not just going out for multiple procurements for the same thing. So again, it's about being smart in how we do this, and if we don't look at it as from a systems perspective, I don't think we'll be successful ultimately. So just I think it's important to set a little bit of that context, because if we can move on to the next slide, actually how we are looking at investing these capital programs very much aligned to some of the operational targets that we've got in terms of how we decarbonise our own operations, but also how we work with others as well. As I'm sure you'll all be aware, there's a £10 million capital programme which is directly linked to the environment and climate programme, and as has already sort of been mooted, it's been invested in areas such as fleet transition. It's going into electric vehicle infrastructure and street light replacements as well. Referring to the question earlier on fleet, Councillor Bryan was absolutely spot on in terms of the capital programme here is acting as basically a top up to existing replacement schedules. So it's not buying them outright; it is just a top up to what we've already got allocated. So far we've had, I think it's 10 pool cars that have been replaced. There's another couple that are due in as well, and there's about another 14 vehicles that are on the current programme in terms of the smaller fleet as well. So I think there's been fantastic progress. Colleagues in the fleet team have been absolutely brilliant in terms of embracing this and have really pushed it forward as well. So again, that comes back to that idea of how we're working across a sort of consolidated programme approach as well. We're investing in areas such as street lighting, as you would expect as well. There are significant potential financial savings, notwithstanding the fact that power prices have gone up somewhat of late. But there's also significant carbon savings as well from street lighting transition as well. So I think, just without going through all of these ad verbatim, I think one of the important points I would say on not all, but a good proportion of these types of projects that do reduce carbon, actually having a consolidated and sharp capital programme focus can over time start to have a beneficial impact on the elements of the revenue situation, in the sense that you can get lower running costs for vehicles and lower running costs for buildings. We are in a situation where energy prices have rocketed. Unfortunately, it's a little bit harder to pin some of those things down. But I cannot understate the importance of this capital programme in terms of driving forward this wider programme as well. As I said, it's a £10 million programme. It's over 5 years. We have the 5 years already programmed, and I would expect that we would be able to push forward on some further requests at some point in the future about expanding this programme as well. So some really good successes, and hopefully we can continue to build on that programme. If we can go on to the slide, please. So, as I mentioned earlier, this isn't something that any one organisation or any one group can deliver by themselves. There's finite resources. However, working with others, working with government and other partners, we can actually lever in significant resources and make sure that those are directed at the priorities that matter to Dorset. So we've obviously made a really strong investment of that initial £10 million in terms of capital. But actually, if you start to add up the funding that we have to source from a whole range of different funding organisations, it's just tipped over the 40 million mark. And we've also put in additional bids as well for things like the home upgrade grants and others as well. So this is an ongoing push to keep bringing in that resource, as long as it's focused on delivering what we have as clear ambitions in terms of our 2040 and our 2050 ambitions, as well as our ecological and environmental targets as well. I'm hoping that you'll all have heard of the Salix programme. Just to give you some idea of scale, it was over 200 buildings. It was nearly 400 individual measures. You know, this is a monumental programme, one of the largest in the country. And I think it's something that as a council we should be quite proud of. It's had a significant impact in terms of reducing carbon emissions, and while it won't necessarily lever in net savings, it will certainly soften the curve in terms of some of those energy price increases that we may have expected otherwise as well. The public electric vehicle infrastructure, the low emission vehicle infrastructure fund, or LEVI as we call it, 2.7 million. The transport team did a fantastic job of securing that money as well. It's going to, roughly speaking, put around 185 charge points across Dorset. It will work alongside our own sort of operational investment as well. So once that is installed, I think that will give Dorset a very, very comprehensive electric vehicle charging infrastructure, which I think will help in a whole range of areas operationally, but also in terms of supporting the tourist industry and lots of others as well. So again, I think it's something that, as part of our wider decarbonisation of transport, it's an important element of our armoury. I won't keep going through all of these individual strands here, but just to re-emphasise again, we are working really, really hard to make this a significant programme of work. I think as a council, we've done a sterling job. A £50 million investment programme is significant. Would we like to increase it? Yes, we would, and I'm hopeful that we'll be successful in some of those other bids that we've put in for as well. But I'm just hoping that in summary, this gives you some idea of how we are trying to work across the council, across Dorset, to bring together as many resources as we can to deliver against what is a very challenging ambition, but one I think that the council has been quite sure-footed in terms of setting its ambitions. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yes, if I may, Chair. Sorry, Chairman. Chairs have got 4 legs. Chairman's only got 2. Remember that. I think it's important to also point out the fact that I made a statement at the EAP very early on that for us to do any of this work, get the funding coming from external. And I think this, I've got several members of the EAP in the room with me that sat on that EAP. I think this has shown just how successful we've been up to date. Stephen didn't want to highlight everything, but I would like to highlight the work that Low Carbon Dorset have done for us, with the amount of work that they have ploughed through, as well as making sure that we get some match funding. And I think this is an important step for the future, and it's something that I'm challenging Stephen on to do for the future. But the other thing I would say is that a lot of the work that the very small team are doing is business as usual, but they're also challenged by me to create off-the-shelf proposals, because unfortunately, when the government give out any money, they don't give you a lot of time to put forward a proposal to make it work. So as well as business as usual, we are doing an awful lot of work to get off-the-shelf projects, hoping that sooner or later the government will say, on a particular project, you've got a couple of £1 million to spend, and we can get a substantial part of that. I'd also point out that when you look at the benchmarking, as has been mentioned in my previous portfolio bit, we get benchmarked very well against other councils, and Salex was a very good opportunity. And for members of the public who are listening in, we had a very short time to spend that money, and I put a lot of pressure on the lady that sat behind me with the purchasing seat to find the products that we could install, which put pressure on property and assets to get them then fitted. So this was a major team project, and I just raise that because very often the public don't realise just how much goes into spending the money as well as getting it. Thank you, Chairman.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Dunn, at this point? Right, got it right this time. So I move to, questions from non-committee members. I've got Councillor Heatley down. I had yours written down, Councillor Heatley, before you even asked to speak.
It'll just be nice.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the table of Appendix 1A in the paper, which is the main budget thing, and look down to climate and ecological, and of course your eye immediately goes to the right-hand column, and you see the number 169,000. Now, one of the things that's worrying me about this is that figure is exceedingly misleading. In that, a huge chunk, the actual expenditure in revenue terms is around 600,000, and a great chunk of that is actually coming from balances, which I assume is money that was not spent last year. I raise that because, people who support me say, well, what's Dorset Council spending on climate change and ecology? And they look at these revenues numbers, and it's a bit worrying that that is what the number is. Of course, the important point is the capital programme, as Councillor Bryan never ceases to fail to remind us, and that is very large. And also, because the climate change work has been embedded across the organisation, the costs and benefits for particular services appear in their budgets, in their accounting. That's fine, that's great, that's how it should be. But I do think that maybe we should be producing some kind of account of what climate change work is costing us on the revenue side that does estimate what those costs and benefits are across the organisation. This is partly a matter of transparency, simply to be honest to the world about what it is costing. Also, because I suspect it might have a valuable demonstration effect. We're surrounded by people in Dorset who are thinking vaguely about doing some of these things. I think if they saw what it was costing a large organisation and what the benefits were, that might be actually quite powerful as a piece of propaganda. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm quite perfectly happy to stay there, Councillor Heatley, for a minute, in case you've got supplementary beyond. Yeah, that's right.
Make a general comment. I think Councillor Heatley's sort of comments are recognise what we're saying. So what we've got here is the balance of how we have to technically account and report on our expenditure versus the reality of what's happening on the ground. I think that's the point that you're making. And so in the table, in the appendix that Councillor Heatley refers to, it is factually correct. That's the salary costs of the small team that we've got supporting climate change. We can only account for it once. I think there's a way that we could describe it better outside of this budget book, I think, about which brings into account actually the costs to the organisation, but also the investment that we're receiving from outside that Stephen's really detailed, the 40 million. So I think that's probably a very strong recommendation from Scrutiny that we tell our story better I'm particularly interested in the way that Councillor Hickey described it as, on the one hand, there's a message here to taxpayers, where's your money going? Is Dorset Council taking climate change seriously? Versus that, for those that are perhaps more sceptical, gosh, this seems like a lot of money going on climate change. You know, what can I do myself to kind of try and influence climate change as well? So I think a recommendation from Scrutiny would be very helpful about the way that we describe our expenditure and our story better. That would be welcome.
My feeling was it was an important point to make, which is why I was keen for you to continue sitting there just for a minute in case you wanted to come back on the answer that you got. But I agree. I think it is probably what some of the things, something we should wrap up at the end of this is what we're going to deliver to Cabinet in the way that we actually document this in the public domain in the future going forward. Are you content with that, Councillor Heatley?
Yes, I'm very happy with it.
Okay, so I'm going. Did the portfolio order make a comment? So continuing with questions from non-committee members. Councillor Bowden, you wish to make a question?
Chair.
You're right.
Yeah, thank you for the presentations. I'd be really interested to know what your plans are for the leadership role that you talked about and how to work in our communities and with our town and parish councils. What if you got plans for sharing your expertise and sort of like sharing with groups and campaigning groups and community groups and town and parishes, some of whom need a little bit of nudging, can I say?
Trying to multitask and following this with me. Sorry, I was trying to sorry who was the next speaker, and I missed the question. But
So, sorry,
were you sticking to the budget? Were you? No. Budget question.
It's more general than budget. It was really, I mean, I suppose it's a cost implication, but I was wondering what the plans were to share the expertise that you've gained with. You were talking about the leadership role of the importance of the climate and environmental emergency work in terms of how you're going to relate that with town and parish councils and with community groups and campaigning groups to share knowledge together.
I think we take that outside the meeting, and I think it's going to be wrapped up in with the point that Councillor Heatley made anyway. I think the portfolio holder for culture and community law, Councillor Beddoe, did you wish to say at this point?
I just wanted to say that we're working with the Association of Parish and Town Councils on a series of webinars which have been really popular, really getting some traction about disseminating some of the information that is open. It's really cost effective, really good use of parish council. And so I just wanted to offer that and say that that's something that is already in track.
My apologies, I was trying to establish.
Don't worry.
Speak previously raised a point, and it was this point that was supposed to come in with the change of the fleet.
Mine was actually going to be about street lighting.
Sorry, if I can go to you then, Councillor Tucker, this we held the question over, didn't we, from previously for this point in the agenda. So it was about changing the fleet.
Yeah, I was.
How it could be funded.
In answer,
Councillor Roberts, talk first.
Oh, thank you. Our predecessor councils, I believe, had various PFI contracts for street lighting. Have we had to buy those out in order to change to LED, or is that part of the PFI contract?
On the PFI contract runs still till 2032. So it's continuing. It's not something that.
Sorry, that doesn't answer my question about LED.
In relation to, and we are increasing in our LED, so our consumption is going down each month.
No, I'm sorry. Do the PFI contracts allow us to change to LED lighting?
Yes, the programme includes replacing lights with LED going forward. So it's an addition.
But on a lot of PFI contracts, that would have a huge cost on insurance and changing a contract, as we know from schools, where a light bulb could changing a light bulb could incur £100 cost to the school. I hope that we have a sensible arrangement for the PFI contracts for this change.
We do, and it's factored in as part of the contract. So when one, my understanding is when one bulb goes down, then we will replace that with the LED, with the replacement LED as part of the programme.
Thank you.
Just to go back to the fleet. We talked earlier about changing from current fossil fuel powered vehicles to clean energy, electric or hydrogen, whatever comes. And part of the answer that was given was that we're doing this as end of life of existing vehicles happens, we'll replace with new clean vehicles, which is great. There are options other than purchase, however. Other vehicles can be leased. There are, in many cases, there are significant tax advantages to leasing rather than purchasing. Just wondering what the view might be from colleagues as to whether we should lease or have that. And again, have we done some modelling to say these are the costs for buying, these are the costs for leasing, this is how it pans out over 3, 5, 10 years, and therefore the long-term implications of doing one or the other, one will win out.
Before you answer that, can I just piggyback something off that? Because I've got a very similar question myself, and it was about we're in that unfortunate position at the moment between electric provision vehicles and what potentially could be hydrogen coming through. Now, we can obviously make a significant capital outlay in terms of how we're going to provide that fleet in the future. And we're right at that point in technology terms as to which direction to go to. To take Hector Tuke's point as well, whether or not the risks involved, would we go down the route of actually leasing vehicles or would we buy our own fleet in? So I agree with you, Councillor Tuke. It's quite an important decision to make at this time. And I don't envy those that are going to make the decision because technology is moving at such a rapid rate. So I'll leave it to you to try and answer it to the best ability. Who wants to go first?
Shall I try and then try and get together? So we are looking at that at the moment. So obviously we're looking at cost versus lease and thinking about the cost benefits. So obviously we've got to do cost benefit analysis as part of that. But because of technology changing so rapidly, as you stated, we're definitely finding, even from a cost point of view, that it would be more beneficial to lease. So that is the option, the route we are going down at the moment. So I understand we are purchasing a number of cars. I don't know the top of my head how many, but we are purchasing some soon, which we can get you the detail on. But they will be leased rather than through actually capital purchase. In terms of when you've talked about tax implications, that's only for employees, as I understand it. There's no tax implications from us as a council. We don't benefit in that way. It's from an employee and the way that they're charged for their taxable benefits.
Not sure about vehicles, but certainly at least big service, there are significant tax advantages available to people who lease.
Councils don't pay corporation tax.
Yeah, it's part of corporation tax, which is not something we get charged.
Yeah, I can pick up on a couple of points there. As part of the work we've been doing, we've been analysing how we can replace diesel with a different form of fuel. And we've got a lot of work that's already done on that, but that would mean a increase in the cost. When diesel was going that direction, we looked at and thought this could be something good for the future. Now we're seeing diesel go the other way. We have to be careful that we don't end up costing the taxpayer money that we don't need to do. But we are also undergoing testing of different forms of vehicles. Quite a few of the vehicles that are around now are running on hydrogen. A lot of buses are running on hydrogen. Hydrogen is sourced locally for us, thanks to Low Carbon Dorset. put that plug in, who funded a hydrogen production plant at Camford. So we're looking at which vehicles we can change. I've got this vision at the moment. Let me just give a little bit of knowledge. I've got 40 years experience in the heavy truck industry. That was my baby. So I am talking to vehicle manufacturers about what their plans are. And it was announced recently, for instance, that Scania have put will during this year put 5,000 vehicles onto the road on hydrogen. My vision at the moment is that we let other people do the testing work rather than us take the gamble. When we know that it's the right thing to do, then we go forward. I can see our refuse vehicles becoming hydrogen because of the area we have to work in. But I do think that anything probably below 3.5 tons is going to remain as electric. Now, a lot of the electric vehicles we're buying in at the moment are fleet cars, but we're also now buying in vehicles that will be used for parking enforcement, sort of people going out looking at planning, etc. So we really are moving forward quite quickly, probably not as quickly as some people would like, but we are moving quite quickly. But I'm very, very determined that we're not going to make a mistake in jumping down one road that then will change in a few months' time, because believe it or not, I'm party to a group that are working on a total change where you can take a level 6 engine, diesel engine, and you can convert that to hydrogen at reasonably low cost. So that's the sort of things that we're looking at for the future. But until it's tried and tested, I think it would be wrong of us to be gambling taxpayers' money. Hopefully that answers your question.
I think it goes a long way, yeah. And indeed, hydrogen, Aberdeen, I think, are running a big piece.
They are.
With similar conversion, as I understand it as well. But the point was capital purchase. Which one is working out cheaper? I got the impression that we're looking at leasing rather than capital put.
But just again, come back on that.
Into revenue budget rather than capital budget. If we're not actually buying, taking ownership.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, and Anna's online, but Tim and Mike Moon have put a lot of effort into analysing which is the best for the council, be it leasing or outright purchase. Bearing in mind we keep our vehicles for about 7 years, so we have a certain amount of time to write off the cost. And of course, leasing it is revenue, whereas buying them is capital. So we have to take that into account. But I think whilst we're in an experimental stage, I would be supporting us in leasing whilst we find out whether it works, rather than spending the money for something that we then tied into for 7 years.
I mean, I
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I echo the comments of the councillor Brian on low carbon Dorset. Never did I believe that the Abbey in Sherborne, which is the most beautiful town in Dorset, ever would never be allowed. So thanks to the conservation officers and everybody on planning, and especially low carbon Dorset, because I never believed that was possible. So
You might regret
absolutely
that.
brilliant. But is there any money built into the budget to replace some of the money that low carbon Dorset are now not going to be funded? So I'm just wondering if there's going to be anything built in, or we've managed to get any external funding into that budget to replace the money that low carbon Dorset spent.
Thank you. Yes, so we've been looking at the shared prosperity fund, and there's a nominal allocation at the moment of around 400,000, which will of revenue, which would go directly towards supporting a continuation of the low carbon Dorset programme. It won't be at quite the same scale that it was before, but it would still have the the sort of the business support and the community support elements in terms of that technical advisory roles that the Low Carbon Dorset programme currently operates on. Also, we've put in a proposal for the Rural England Prosperity Fund as well, which is the capital side of hopefully the future programme as well, so that we can pretty well replicate the advice and guidance from that technical perspective, but also the follow-up capital measures that can be allocated towards that as well. So I could not agree more in terms of your comments around what a phenomenal programme that has been. I think it's probably a trailblazer that if it didn't exist, we'd have to create it at some point anyway. So I think, yeah, absolutely, we've gone a long way now down the road in terms of helping to continue as a programme.
Following on from that, not that specific point, because I've already mentioned Sherwood.
Twice.
Reports in the mainstream media this week have indicated that it's more expensive to actually plug in a car and fill it up with electricity than it is to put a nozzle in the tank and fill it up with petrol. I just wonder what financial penalty that's going to cause us when if electricity costs keep spiraling like they are, with petrol and fossil fuels coming down in price. So that's maybe just something that needs to be taken into consideration. I couldn't believe what you just said. Now, I get these figures right. 2.3 million investment in electrical vehicle charging points for 185 points. I didn't believe they cost £12,500 each. That seems an awful lot of money to me. Am I right in saying that? Have we got any actual costs on?
But those are the figures I've been provided with. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is in previous programmes, admittedly, this was sort of 7-8 years ago. At the time, rapid charges were anywhere between 30 and 50,000. So they've come down significantly compared to what they were.
Right.
So yeah, but it can be quite a lot of the ancillary work as well that has to be factored in terms of that.
And naturally, we're finding the best solution for our money on that one, as I would expect from the whole team. Thank you very much, Chair.
Speak to you outside the meeting. And presumably, due to market forces, that cost provision for those charges will continue. I've got a slight question to piggyback off the back of that, and that was how much of Dorset Council's energy provision is being delivered internally presently? Do we have a forecast for the 2023-24 budget on that? How that will help us with our budget figures in terms of providing and producing our own electric? I know presently we buy our energy through laser, which we'll come to later on in the committee meeting. And is there an ability to use our land for solar farms? I don't want to dwell too much on that, okay? But it's just that I know that there was an issue with providing solar farms in terms of being close enough to the grid network, and we have all those issues. I don't want to delve into that. We haven't got the time to delve into it. But I would be interested to know how much energy provision we're providing within our own authority at the moment, which is helping us, and what the forecast is potentially for the budget of 23-24, how that may help us as well. I appreciate you might not have the figures, but I'd be interested in
Yeah, I mean, I haven't got the exact figures at my fingertips, but I do know that roughly speaking, now we have around 5 megawatts of generation on Dorset Council assets, which is largely driven by the Salix programme. So it's significant level of generation.
That equates to like a small solar farm, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that's quite a provision.
It is quite a provision. Yeah. In terms of the savings moving or the potential impact, as I said earlier, power prices and electricity prices and energy prices generally have obviously gone up significantly. Some of the calculations we've done in terms of the impact of the Salix investment is that it may well soften that upward curve to the tune of around about £1 million next year, but that's not a saving per se. It's a softening of that upward curve in terms of our energy prices. But in terms of the absolute specifics of what percentage of our power needs are now coming from on-site renewable energy generation, I'd have to go away to confirm those figures more accurately.
That's a really good news story. So that's good to hear. Yeah. Do you want to make a comment for Councillor Brian?
Yes, in fairness, it's probably down to me. I chased these figures quite hard when we were looking at the budget, and I was pleased that the sort of numbers were coming through. The difficulty is, as fast as we make the saving, the prices tend to go with it. So there wasn't the saving that I'd anticipated, but there were substantial savings based on current market prices. I'm not, in actual fact, that part of the portfolio falls under Tony, who isn't here. So I mean, he's the one to answer on the power supply. But as far as the work we have done, I've been amazed just how much power we're now generating. And obviously, at the moment, we don't get a lot of power out of the sky at the moment. But obviously, as summer comes, we will. I think we've got to move more towards battery storage as well, which is a program that I've asked Stephen to look at going forward. Because if we're generating power and we're putting it in the grid, I'd rather we put it in our batteries for us to use. But there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. And but as I say, the good news is that we've got a reduction in our energy costs that we can accommodate, allocate against the work we've done of between 750,000 and £1 million. It's early stages for us to judge properly exactly what it is, but I look forward to this time next year being able to report some better numbers. And one of the questions earlier on was on about the solar farms. The difficulty we've still got is getting the solar farms connected to the grid, and it's something that we're looking at.
I don't want to draw on that too much.
No, but
we love the national grid issues to a future scrutiny committee.
Okay, that's fine. I'll leave it at that.
We're at 5 to 1 under our constitution. We don't progress past 3 hours in a meeting without a motion on the table from a member and being seconded and voted on. I'm also aware that Councillor Roberts has a pressing engagement, prior engagement, and will need to leave us shortly. But thank you very much for your input, Councillor Roberts. Very much appreciated from the chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, members, could I have a proposal? Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Thank you. All members in favour? I appreciate that. So, I've got no more questions, I believe. So, to wrap this one up in terms of the debate, I think certainly the point that was raised by Councillor Heatley concerning the transparency around cost of this council in delivering planning to be worded better, but members are content with that. I think that makes a common sense approach in terms of transparency to the public.
Could I just make an observation? Be it probably a somewhat unwelcome one, if I may. The ultimate context for all this work, the ultimate context is that this country is responsible for a little bit less than 1% of total world carbon emissions. That is the ultimate context, and that figure is quite an authoritative one, so I understand. And if all our expenditure on attempts to reduce our emissions were successful tomorrow and our emissions became zero tomorrow, globally, as far as the planet as a whole is concerned, it would make next to no difference. Now, all I'm saying is that, and I speak as somebody who is emphatically not a climate change denier, but all I'm suggesting is that it's against this 1%, less than 1% background, that our expenditure, all expenditure in this area, should, I think, be assessed and justified. I don't think it ever is. Don't you think, particularly if I could ask our senior officer in this area, don't you think it should be assessed and justified with respect to that 1%, less than 1% context? Because it never is.
Okay. Mr. Dunham, appreciate the intervention that you've made. I think as a local government authority, we're following the direction from our government in terms of what we've
Say
agreed.
that about all sorts of
national
but this is, I'm reflecting what people have actually said to me. And by not even mentioning it, it does make us look as if we're trying to avoid something that might not be to our advantage. That's how it comes across to some people, because there's a lot of money being spent. And this particular global context is always avoided. Now, you can say we're just following government directions. Nevertheless, I think it still needs to be justified if we want people to have confidence in what we're spending that money on.
There's a bit of a political undertone there, so I'm not going to the officer. Councillor Flower,
Yeah,
leader of council.
I will just comment briefly, Chairman, because percentages are always can mask the true realities of some of the issues. And although I do agree with Bill about the UK's contribution to the world situation, one of the benefits of us embracing the changes we've made through the funding that Stephen's explained, the benefits that roll out from that, not just from a climate perspective, but it also benefits the local taxpayer, because it starts to reduce some of the costs on this council and therefore reflects in the overall costs of providing our services. But also, what it also does, Chairman, this is not a budget matter, but just very briefly, it sets an example to the people of Dorset, because ultimately, when the people of Dorset embrace the way we've gone about trying to mitigate some of the impacts of climate change, then we will see a real difference. So I think there is a connection from a budget perspective, because it's been explained earlier how it is, if nothing else, costs have gone up, but it's mitigating some of those energy cost increases. That in itself reflects well on the budget, I feel.
Perhaps we ought to be making those points a little bit louder.
Yeah, and I think, quite frankly, there was a point made earlier about we shouldn't be shy about what we're achieving. We should be a little bit more, put a bit more of a narrative around the importance that we've attached to climate change and how it reflects in our budget.
Okay, so continuing to sum up, I think the other thing that come out of our questions and our debate is around the risk associated at the moment as to how we're going to provide our future fleet at the moment because of the changes within technology and advancement.
Yep.
The members happy with what they've heard, they feel content that the officers have got that under control and a strategic approach going forward, yes? Okay, did any other member have anything else they wanted to include in that wrap up on this particular part of it? Councillor Shortell?
I was going to repeat something that I said earlier on. I think, in our attempts to roll out quickly a new full electric-based fleet of vehicles, we must also be careful that there's enough facility in order to charge them throughout at a sensible level, because we don't want to end up like York Council, whereby they've got a whole fleet which they brought in and they can't use because they can't get them charged. And I think that's, would be tremendous detriment to the council.
I think the strategic approach will be that we will be providing that energy provision within our own authority, I think is what I was hearing. Mr. Ford?
Yeah, I mean, just to give some reassurance that the electric vehicle infrastructure programme that we're running on our own estate is working concurrently with the expansion of the fleet as well, because we absolutely don't want stranded assets or even assets that are just concentrated in a single geographical location. So that's a combined programme of work as well, just to make sure, and absolutely as and when we get the opportunity as well to use our own generating assets as well to charge those vehicles, then I think we'll have closed that loop well.
Just to come to my consideration why we've been talking about this. Would we be looking in the future to put our resources into partnership projects with other people? Thinking particularly of the big issue with the national grid attachments, but one of the advantages of a current proposal for Chickerell is that it's right next to a national grid point. And is that something we might consider investing in ourselves to make a return, or to try and find a cheap way of doing electricity, but in partnership with another company or a private sector investment?
So I think in general terms, there's lots of opportunities for joint ventures in terms of medium term or longer term generating projects. Without going into the specifics of where that may or may not be, there are still, as long as those particular projects are of a certain scale, there are still good commercial returns to be had from larger scale renewable energy projects. So I think, subject to the right sort of investment decisions being taken, I think there are huge opportunities for commercial returns from renewable energy investment, subject to due process and so on and so forth. So in short, yes, there are huge opportunities, I think, in terms of solar and other generating technologies as well.
Yeah, it fits into our increasing desire to be more business-like and more additional returns. Yeah. Thank you.
Because later members of our provisions at the moment we're forecasting 23, 24. Thank you. So we're going to move on. Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bryan mentioned batteries earlier, I think. I would support batteries in general terms, because I think the idea of having generated power from solar or wind or wherever it comes from, but we then can't get rid of it, it's wasted, we don't store it somewhere or it's fed into the grid. If there's a suitable connection, that's another argument, because we have problems in Dorset with connecting into the grid. Batteries are important, but I'd like to understand that batteries also use some very heavy minerals, pollutants, and there are downsides to using batteries. I'd just like to see some sort of cost-benefit analysis of what we gain out of using batteries, as opposed to a rather high cost to the batteries themselves. We then dispose of them with all these pollutants in them. So, because it could be storing up problems for the future. And I'd just like to see some sort of longer term view as to how we balance that equation. Is that possible?
Okay, so I'm not going to do it in this meeting, but I think it's something we can add on to our scrutiny meeting when we're looking at the national grid as part of that conversation. Okay, if that's okay, back to you, Councillor Took, because I really do need to move it on. But I take your point, and we'll bring that into a future scrutiny meeting. Thank you. So, in summing up,
Chairman, can I just raise one point, because I wouldn't like the general public to go away. After Councillor Tright's comments, the leader did pass comment over the emissions, but I just want people to realise that the less vehicles we've got emitting gases is great for the health of the country, and we should never get too far away from that. Whilst it's emissions that we're trying to do, the benefit to the health is equally important. So I just wanted to raise that.
I'm moving on, thank you. So thank you very much, Councillor Bryan. Thank you very much, board. So we'll now move on to Henning. Like guarantee. My apologies for the lecture on the plate, but invariably scrutiny does take.
Chairman, I accept your apology. I'll do it again. Members, the part you've all been waiting for, planning. As you know, a great deal has happened in planning with the convergence and the transformation, moving from all the different district and county councils into one and bringing it under one system, which was a big job, but a job well done. We've also done a heck of a lot, and I'm so proud of our planning officers who worked all over the actual planning department to clear backlog, especially in validation and that. And I cannot say how proud I am of those. It's been fantastic work. Can we go on to the next slide, please? Thank you. It's very small, but just to go through this, the typical annual planning income, 4.2 million. As you will see on this slide, the main income for planning is through actual planning application fees.
But as you know, planning is a statutory duty, and consequently planning fees and charges are set nationally. Now, on the 5th of December, it was announced that the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities would be making more changes to the planning system and to ensure that planning departments are endorsed through a national planning application fee increase. Now, we don't know what that is. We know it's going to happen. It's out to consultation at present through the MPPF, and that consultation comes to an end on the 2nd of May. March. So we'll let you all know how that goes. There's lots of things we're going to be updating you all on with the MPPF consultation, as I've just said, and the levelling up and regeneration. They're all saying there's going to be major changes in planning, and they're needed. And a lot of these things, I can't say it loudly enough, but are what Dorset Council has been telling the government needs doing. And we can actually prove through correspondence with government that they've actually been listening to us and our leader, who's been pushing so much to get rid of things like duty to cooperate. These things are hugely important within the planning system. But now the discretionary fees planning income of 400,000. And whilst planning application fees represent the majority of fee income received by the planning service, some additional discretionary fees income is also received, which includes charges relating to the provision of planning history information and copies of current and historic planning application plans, documents and decision notices. As all current planning application information is available online via the council's website, the demand for this service and this income is going to decrease because people will see they've got it there already. Now, building control fees, as always, building control is punching well above its weight with 70% of the market. They're down for 1.07 million on this. Spatial planning fees and charges, 177,000. That's minerals and waste planning application fees and footpath applications. Spatial planning government grants, 20,000. That's to cover neighbourhood planning, which of course Dorset area does very, very well. We've got 32 neighbourhood plans at present, and you all know that because you're all helping your areas deliver. A lot of hard work for everybody. Right, now reimbursement and contributions, that's 137,000. That comes through community infrastructure levy admin fees, which we pay back to ourselves. Conservation contributions, 25,000. That's government grant for listed building works. Now look at the expenditure. I can say I've saved you all 16.5 million because the slide I got the other day said the expenditure was 25 million. And after I cried a little bit and then made a lot of phone calls, and Mike sorted it out with Lisa, that's the actual true figure is 8.5 million expenditure. There's no surprises. The main expenditure is people. Planning needs bums on seats. So these are all pay related costs, pay, NI, pensions, etc. And you've got supplies and services. These are professional services that we have to bring in, such as consultants with regards to expenditure of evidence gathering for our local plan work, and also King's Council work for rebuttal of planning appeals. There's agency cover, which was high, and we're trying to get down to actually, well, get it down to nothing. We are still recruiting, but as Tony Ferrari said earlier, there is a national shortage of planning officers. And it's not just us that are trying to fight for them, it's every local authority. We're all suffering the same issues. So what I'm trying to do, we are recruiting, we have got a recruitment plan, is to keep the people that we've got and try to be. It's said by the leader and by our chief exec that we are an employer of choice. So let's make sure that we are and keep those that we've got some fantastic officers. Now we're looking at, so can you have the next slide, please? These are what we all want to see. These are the savings and income proposals. Now we've got the income potential of 150,000 fees stems from an assumption we made with the accountants that we could achieve 5% uplift in planning and building control fees. This is subject largely to the levelling up and regeneration bill, bringing in the uplift to planning fees within the next financial year. A separate and additional saving of 150,000 stems from the three proposed steps: the surface level agreement to cover the cost of our lead project officer for Dorset Council applications. That's approximately 56,500. This post exists to service the applications that Dorset Council submits in its role as developer. 2, offering up our agency budget, 44,000. And the deletion of 1.55 full-time posts that would be absorbed in Naomi's service, which is building support. And the income, the current budget expectations for discretionary income, 271,500, currently forecast to achieve 400,000. That's a good increase. Planning fee income target is 3.1 million, currently forecast to achieve 2.35 million.
Not a slide, is it?
That's not on that slide.
No.
Okay. These are just to give you update notes that we've just come to. Spatial planning income, minerals and waste development management and site monitoring, self-build register, footpath diversions. Government grants, neighbourhood plans, does not include additional funding we have received to spend on nutrient neutrality work of 200,000, which was good news. Reimbursements and contributions, this includes SIL administration fees, conservation, contributions, funding towards local list work, which has recently been done, which you all know about. Now, expenditure, as I've said, is pay-related costs are the main cost, 6.8. Supply and services, professional costs, 1.25. Agency cover for vacant post, 208,000. This has progressively been reduced from last year. Now, transport-related costs of 124,000, principally site visits and other travel costs, anything from college to degree work that people are doing. So I'll stop there. Leave it open for questions, please.
Mr. Garrity, did you want to add anything at this point?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A couple of points. There was one on the slide that said something about conservation income. There was a correction that I've only discovered today, that the 25,000 there was a change. That was a reimbursement on something, and in fact we got £75,000 towards, rather than the 25,000. Was actually towards doing a local list for conservation. That was a joint project with BCP, so there's a slight difference to that figure. I don't think fundamentally alters the principle. I think you'll have picked up from that presentation that the cost of the planning service is more than the amount of income we get in. So the effective answer of that is that we don't actually cost of the service through income generation. That is reflected across the country, and I think the Local Government Association have been lobbying very much about trying to increase the opportunity to bring in extra fees to be set potentially at local level. So I think from our point of view, we certainly would welcome the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill's proposals to allow a greater opportunity to increase that income. You'll see as well that the planning income this year, we're forecasting around 2.35 million, which is actually down on last year by getting on for £1 million. Now that's quite concerning, but it shows a degree of fluctuation that we have very little control over, which is when applications come in. And the majority of fees that we get in terms of the significant bulk of income comes from the larger applications that generate the highest proportion of that. So from one year to the other, you can actually get quite substantial fluctuations in income, depending on the nature of applications you get coming in. But the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill was talking about quite a significant uplift in fees, which could make quite a significant difference to us as a planning authority. So I think, as I said earlier, I think we would really welcome that. The other thing that wasn't covered directly in that slides is that the wider transformation programme has benefits to us in terms of our operational models and efficiencies. So we're using that to drive down costs and improve efficiencies of the service as a whole. And so, for example, we're already getting more than we'd had anticipated in terms of discretionary fee income through pre-application charges and planning performance agreements. That is partly because we're creating additional scope within our service because of the other efficiencies we're gaining by the work we're doing. So it's actually improving our income generating potential. So that's a really positive thing, as well as the other efficiencies that working on one planning system is bringing us now, rather than having a myriad of different systems. So I think there are some very positive things in that, but the overlying picture is that the cost of the service, because of the nature of planning and the statutory function that we do, costs more than the income that you generate from planning application fees alone. So that's just a brief overview, really.
That was. Did you want to make any comment? No. Okay. So I'll go to non-committee members. And I'll move to committee members. Councillor Andrews.
My question's simply on the nutrient issue and how you think the nutrient issue into both Poole Harbour and the Somerset levels is going to affect our revenue into planning this year, because I know it's already affecting the planning applications that we are or are not allowed to put in Sherwood. That's 3 times now.
Okay, noted.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's this the principal area. I think. I mean, where Dorset is, you could say we're blessed. We've actually got 5 catchments, and I think more than any other local authority area in the country where we're affected by nutrient issues. That's substantial. The biggest by far in terms of numbers of applications is Poole Harbour catchment. Yeah. Now that's a concern, but also there is an opportunity there because we're doing some fairly close work with Natural England about how we might overcome that issue, which will involve a package of measures, but basically targeting the nitrogen aspects of nutrients, but looking at alternative mechanisms for picking up on the phosphorus, which is the key thing as far as difficulty of actually resolving the issue. We're thinking we're getting to a point where we can actually resolve that. What we have been doing to date, as far as the budget side of things is concerned, a number of our applications that have come in, we've held in abeyance until we're able to resolve the issue. So those fees haven't directly been affected yet. Where there is an impact is that we have been saying now we're not going to validate certain applications if they cannot show that they can achieve nutrient neutrality. Potentially that will have an effect on planning income. If we're able to resolve the issue, then that shouldn't be too significant. But where I think it might have an effect is where we find solutions and where development potential may go in future if we cannot resolve it outside of the Poole Harbour catchment area. So it's that we don't have a quantified number yet, but I think that's a longer term situation depending on what we do as far as the solutions are concerned.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, if I can add to that, this is an issue, nutrient neutrality, very much with us that we have here, because when I was up in London in Parliament just before Christmas, it was a new communities group, and on the top table was also the Shadow Minister for Planning, and I asked him where we stood with nutrients and neutrality, and he didn't know that there was an issue. I'm saying that not to be political, but it's very important to us down here, and it's impacting us very much in the southwest. But up in northern areas and that, people don't even realise this is happening. So this is something that we're suffering with very much. And it has, as Councillor Andrews said, there were quite a few applications that had to be withdrawn because the applicant had to come back with mitigation on nutrient neutrality. And this has stopped us doing quite a few things and applicants coming forward. So it is an issue, and it is one that we're addressing. But it'd be a lot easier to address it if it was a national issue as opposed to we're suffering this very much in the southwest.
Continue talking. Making my note. Any other questions from members? So I've got a question. I'll read it, but you've effectively already answered it, although you might want to make comment on it. That was due, and we saw it in the slide presentation, but to be transparent about it, we'll still get out there. Due to the national shortage of planning officers, what impact is, I can read my own writing, what impact is this having on our own staffing budget requirements in having to use agency staff recently? Do we still require agency staff in short to medium term? Do we have a long-term strategic plan to mitigate against staffing budget risks? I know, you know, that a national shortage of planning officers is seriously impacting on this authority. It's one of the things we're going to wrap up in the end of this in terms of what we're going to feed back to Cabinet. Did you wish to make any additional comment on that? I know we've effectively covered it, but we need to get that out transparency within this meeting. So you tend to leave it there, or did you want to make any further?
I can only, as you've just repeated what was said previously, I can only repeat the same thing. It was at the time 208,000 on agency staff. We're trying to get that down to 0. It's not an easy thing to do while you're trying to balance the best service possible for the public and also money in the purse. Now, like I say, we're still recruiting, but if they're not out there, then we can't get them. And that's why I say it's so important that we are an employer of choice and we hang on to the planning officers that we've got, because anybody would gladly snap them up and take them away. So can we please look after our planning officer? Can you add to that, Mike?
Yeah, yes, I fully echo that. I think we have been working hard to actually improve recruitment as well, and we've been a lot of work and proactive work with that in terms of actually trying to attract people, and that has worked well for us. And we're actually getting very positive comments from people we are recruiting about us being a good employer to work for. And they actually said, so from that side of things, it's good. The area we often struggle with as its salaries and income is a big factor as well. So that's always a challenge for us in trying to get that balance right. It does have a budget impact because ultimately we make budget predictions based on midpoints of gradings when we look at budgets for posts, and invariably we're having to recruit by putting people on the top end of the scale because we can't get people otherwise. But the cost to us of using agency staff is much greater. So we've been working progressively. So this year well, we're forecasting about £208,000. I think last year it came in at something like 174,000. So we are seeing that reduction. We're now down. Actually, what we've got left now is a small core of very good agency staff who we obviously need to keep to just see through certain projects that they're working on. But our objective is to get down to not having any agency staff. But we do have the challenge if we can't fill posts in key roles, and to be quite honest, those are often in posts that are the more experienced roles as well. And in some of the specialist roles like minerals and waste, we are really struggling to recruit into some of those posts. So that's something we are going to have to just keep an eye on as to what we can do to try and improve that recruitment and make sure we are retaining people as well.
Thanks, Luke.
The local plan process was originally going to be drawing to a close round about now. Clearly, that's not going to be the case. It extended through to 2026.
Yeah.
Which clearly has an impact on the work the planning team are doing, because you've got certain people who are working on the local plan, and job as usual is going on in the background as well. Impact are we having because of the delays to the local plan and because of the huge number of responses and the reasons for the delay? But what's the budgetary impact on the planning team of the local plan being delayed? If it was drawn to a close now, you'd expect there to be a bump in expenditures, level out, and selling from then on. That bump is now going to be extended. What budgetary impact are we expecting from that?
Well, Chairman, if I can first of all say that there is no delay for local plan adoption.
We keep this very brief because I'm not content that it's really a budgetary question at the moment.
It is very brief.
Strategic plan within.
There is no delay, Chairman. This is the earliest that we can deliver it is spring 2026. Earliest, with all the things we've got to do, all the work with the flooding and that in, and then we have the nutrient nitrates. That is the earliest it can be done. So I don't want the word delay used because there isn't a delay. Now those officers are working.
Out and finished this year.
Chairman, can I refer this to my statement in the last cabinet briefing where I explained all of this? So there really is no need to do it again.
Changing the timescale. That timescale has been changed from what was originally planned.
Yes, and the reasons for it were in my cabinet briefing.
I understand the reasons, but the timescale has changed. The work level has to cover that, and you need officers to do that work. You've got to pay those officers, so you're going to be paying them until 2026 rather than 2023. So what impact does that have on budget?
Chairman, through you.
Well, I would do, because I want to reinforce what David said. There is no delay, and any planning authority has to keep its local plan up to date. Whether it's creating one, it still has to work beyond it to keep it up to date. So the team is very stable, and it's very important we keep a good, strong, stable, forward planning team, because that work is continuous. You don't, as the old days, you did a plan, stuck it on the shelf, 15 years later, you took it down and blew the dust off it and did another one. We don't do that anymore. It's progress. It's a rolling process all the time. But while I've got the floor, Chairman, I think going back to the budget, which is obviously what we're talking about, one of the benefits of the bill, I know is in the Lords getting its second reading more or less as we speak, and I believe it'll become an Act of Parliament in April of this year. The government have listened to the concerns of planning authorities about the fee scales. They're simply not good enough. And it's been explained already, the amount you spend and the amount you collect, there's quite a significant gap. That gap's going to be narrowed, I think, quite significantly. One of the benefits for us, because of the issues about recruitment and retention, it may give us a little bit of flexibility that we currently haven't got. So I think I'm encouraged by the fact we've done the right thing, how we base this budget, but there's an optimistic horizon coming where I think we'll be able to do more of the sort of things that David and Mike have already mentioned that strengthens the position as far as this council is concerned on development management.
So
I don't want to dwell too much. I don't want to dwell too much on this because time is moving on. I need to move on. So if you've got a quick point you want to make, I'm happy to accept that. But I don't want a debate around this at the moment.
I just want clarity. What I've understood just to have been said is that regardless of when the local plan will be published and approved and become enforced, the same level of intensity of work would be ongoing in perpetuity rather than dipping down in the future with consequent budget savings. So that level of spend, level of activity will remain at the current high level. That's what is that right?
Yeah, that's right, but I prefer you to hear it from the manager of planning.
Keep your answers succinct, please.
The simple answer to that is yes, because as Councillor Flower has quite rightly pointed out, you don't just stop with the plan. You have to carry on. That we have to review, we have to monitor policies, we have to make sure we've always got up-to-date evidence. Where as soon as one local plan is adopted, we're already starting on the review and the framework for that. So it's whatever point you take for the plan, the team is still working on it. So I think the workload is the same. We don't increase or reduce the staffing level to reflect where the plan stages are. That team is there to continue the process. It's a bit like painting the Forth Bridge, really. You get to one and finish it. Stuff like that.
So I'm going to move on to the question I've got is, do we have a strategy in place to maximise the potential for income generation from planning advice, etc.? Our staff on this approach, we've covered it really, so I'll accept a yes or no answer because I want to use it in my wrapping up at the end of it. So a yes or no answer?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Planning decision making that goes wrong, costs awarded against the council, how do you compare with similar authorities? What risk are we facing in terms of getting our planning decision wrong and costs met against us? How that impacts the planning? Are we, in terms of national, are we doing a good job? Where are we within that those sort of parameters?
So if you like. Yep. So yeah, thank you, Chairman. We don't have the overall cost in comparison as far as things like costs awarded. What we do know is that in terms of appeal decisions, for example, we're doing reasonably similar to other authorities in terms of appeals that we win and those that we lose. So we can be reasonably satisfied about the robustness of our decision making. What I think we do and do a lot of work around in any appeal situation is seek legal advice on certain issues as and when we need to. And obviously it's important to us when we're making decisions that we're robust around the process. Costs are awarded against local authorities, not because of the disagreement over the decision, but in terms of whether or not we haven't got a reasonable justification for refusing on certain grounds. So we just have to make sure our committees are properly, that we're training committees properly, which is what we do. We have legal advice on anything that we deal. We can't avoid the risk totally, and no local authority can. So that's something we just have to manage. But we also learn the lessons from any appeal decisions or cost decisions, and those are circulated, share with our committees as well, so that they're aware of any learning lessons that come out of that. So I think we put in place the measures that we need to actually make our position as strong as we possibly can.
Thank you. And the reasoning for my question is in terms of that training. Now, I know the portfolio holder is very keen on training. I think we have a situation within the authority at the moment that planning members do not have to attend training. I think is where we're at. Is that correct?
We expect our planning members to, but yeah, we do, and
they cannot be forced to attend training. Is that right?
I think that's down to group leaders. I don't know.
No, but they're not forced to. So is that the situation we're currently in?
But I would comment on that briefly. I mean, I I would be amazed if every member of all our planning committees won't be briefed and trained on some of the key issues, because you run the risk if an untrained member of the planning committee says or does something that impacts on the quality and the quality of the outcomes of this council, we're in trouble. So I would be amazed if we were, certainly from as a group leader, and Andy as a deputy, you might want to comment. I would be expecting all the Conservative group members who are on planning committee to get fully trained. Then they can make a full contribution.
Going back to my question, after doing the initial planning training, which they have to do to be on the committee, the subsequent training after that, they do not have to attend it.
I don't think it's a case of do not have to or do have to. They all do. I mean, we haven't had any training where people haven't turned up. Planning members, outside council members, yes. I don't mean planning committee members.
Outside the room, I'll take outside the room. So the basis of my question was, in terms of a risk factor again, decision making wrong, that we are doing as much as we can to ensure that the decision making process we'll speak to outside the meeting in terms of that attendance to refresher courses, if you like, within planning.
Please do.
Just Chairman, if I can, just add, we do consistently run training and have good attendance from all of our committee members at those training sessions on a range of topics, and we tailor them specifically to those committees.
I think Councillor Power was right. If there's an issue with this, I think for the group leaders, to deal with it internally. It's an issue.
No. Hey, members. Councillor Shortell, yeah.
I just wanted to comment the fact that confusion may arise because a lot of the training is done online, and therefore not attending a particular venue at one time. So that we are actually trained, but that is ongoing, and I'm surprised in fact that comment's been made.
I'd like to say, Chairman, I mean, the planning committee members that we got, they're very dedicated members. They all participate, though not as much as they used to do. But I would say that all of our members want the training and want to know what they're making decisions on. What people they are. I wasn't allowed to pick the members. The group leaders pick the members. And I'm sure those group leaders would want their members making the correct decisions based on all of the information and all of the training that they had. So I would say that all our planning committee, I mean, we've got planning members here. They want them. You want the training, Chairman.
Why I'm asking the question.
Yes, yes. That's why I've answered it. There's going to be lots more training, Chairman.
Yeah, all your fault.
No.
So, wrap this one up then. Councillor Dunn, did you wish to make any comment?
Promotion again.
No comment from me.
It's fine. Okay, so feedback to cabinet. One things I've got is the serious concern over the lack of planning officers nationally, which should be raised with government due to the significant impact on the finance of this authority, significant risk. Restores council. Are members happy with that?
Yeah, fine. Biggest issue.
Yeah. Okay. Does any member have anything else that they wish to raise? No. Okay. So, thank you, Councillor Walsh. Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Very much appreciated. Move on to Culture, Communities and Customer Services. Welcome to the table, Councillor Laura Beddoe. We have an office online. Is it Miss Anna Eastgate? Yes.
Yeah.
Apologies for the length of time back to late.
All right. Fidgeting. Brilliant. Thank you. Councillor Laura Beddoe, and I'm the Cabinet Member for Culture, Community and Customer Services. I'm joined online by Anna Eastgate, Corporate Director for Place, and Lisa Cotton, Corporate Director for Customer and Cultural. So I'm going to whiz through my slides, and then we'll go to questions. And I understand, Chairman, that you've been asking officers if they want to comment. So if I lead in the same format, that'd be great. Next, please. So this is a really diverse portfolio. It's got loads of different things in it. We start here with public protection, and in the same vein as the rest of place services, roughly half the income to the expenditure totals. Now, this area includes things like the bereavement services at the top, you can see 1.2 million. And then the really important services, port health, food safety, licensing, registration, trading standards. And these are all areas that we're really keen to make sure are robust and, you know, are operating at their sort of maximum efficiency, because they are the areas that will save money down the line if those services are working properly, which they are. I'm really proud of all the teams. You can then see the expenditure on the other side. Again, it sort of varies because you can see bereavement services expenditure 390, and then bereavement services income 1.2. This area is sort of a bit all over the place in terms of that. Those are the figures. Next slide, please. So moving on to waste, and what I'll do in the slides at the end is sort of sum up both aspects of the portfolio. Again, quite a huge difference here in income versus expenditure, and what we need to really highlight in this area is particularly the volatility of our recyclate prices. It can go from us paying per tonne to have it taken away to us actually getting an income from it. So one of the things that we're talking about is how to have that kind of resilience going forward for the next year, so that we aren't at the mercy of the volatile recyclate price. And then we've broken down the expenditure on the right hand side, just all the different sort of aspects of that. A relatively low cost, 104,000 at the bottom expenditure. I would just draw that out because that's all around our behaviour change and our encouraging people to recycle properly and things like that. And that really does represent money very well spent, because again, that's something that saves us money down the line. Next slide, please. This is fleet, which is sort of something that bridges Ray and my portfolio, and Ray has already talked about, and really the issues are the same. But we have broken down at the top the waste operations by site so that you can see broadly what they're costing us, but they are broadly similar. But I just think that's quite a helpful way of breaking it down. And then what I'd like to do, and then next slide again, please. So these are our costings on the customer services, libraries, archives, records. They're pretty straightforward. I will talk about in the next couple of slides the transformation work that we're doing around this, because although this looks like the least complex slide, it's probably the area that we're doing the most amount of work in, that will have the widest impact. So I've got 2 more slides. That's all. If we could go to the next one, that'd be great. So looking at the savings that we're proposing, in the library service, this doesn't, again, like all the other areas that we've covered today, it doesn't represent any cuts to services, any frontline cuts, any cuts to libraries. But we have been looking at our library strategy. It hasn't been refreshed for 11 years, and we're doing that now. We've just finished round 2 of the consultation. And in the consultation, both rounds, we've had over 12,000 responses, which is absolutely brilliant. I know that's not to do with the budget, but indulge me, because it really is great and it shows how much it's valued as a service. Now, the service efficiencies and vacancy management is part of that, but it doesn't represent, people going into a library would not see any difference in their service. Apart from it might be better when we finish the consultation, which I hope. So that will be good. Customer services, again, vacancy management. This is all just really, really careful management and streamlining of our processes. It's again, not a whole program of cuts. It is literally just where there are vacancies, we manage them within the team. Customer transformation. This is really exciting. We've got the funding already for this through the transformation programme. And this is something that will reach out into every area of the organisation. So as we go forward through the process over the next year or two, we will be taking the whole council with us because, again, the customer services are present in every directorate and we can really bring that all together. We also know that there are digitally excluded people. There are people who choose not to engage digitally, but we also know, and Lisa might want to touch on this, that most people in Dorset will quite happily do telephone banking and do loads of stuff through the apps on their smartphone, but the technology just isn't there for councils, you know, and in particular Dorset Council, to do that. And actually we know that that will represent a huge cost saving once we can bring on those platforms and really sort of drag ourselves up to speed on all of that. That does have significant budget implications. And it also enables us then to still have the people on the end of the phone for the people that want to pick up the phone. But their time will be better spent because we have the one customer account and because we have those processes really, really tightly managed. So we think that will deliver £500,000 in year one. And we think that there'll be then savings ongoing from that. Next slide, please. And this is my final one before questions. And I'm sorry, I am rocketing through these because I'm aware that my two officers have got another meeting to do. And they can delay, but not by a huge amount. So the waste disposal contract, you can see that figure of inflation there. Anna, you might want to pick this up in a little bit more detail, but this is one of the things that we're aware is a big pressure at the moment, very similar to Ray's area. The recyclate price at risk, we've put it's at risk because it's always at risk, because it's always volatile. So that is something that we need to watch. We anticipate additional income from garden waste and trade waste. Now, those are the paid for services. We think those are the people that can afford to pay for those services because they are services that people choose to use and trade that chooses to use. So that's what we've put in the budget for that, and that's additional income. I need to draw out the reduction in mechanical sweepers. This isn't a reduction in the mechanical sweepers that you will see fewer of on your streets. This is a conversation as part of the hedge to hedge work that Ray and I are doing with Anna and other officers, where we look at street cleansing as a whole, street maintenance as a whole, and why does some of it sit with me? Why does some of it sit with Ray? Why isn't it all done as a whole? Because obviously if you stop sweeping, then you have problems with drainage. That costs us more money. So that's a reduction because it's a reduction out of my budget, and we're scooping that up as part of the highways work. And we think that there will be further funding available through DFT and some of the work that Ray's doing. So that's why it's in there. So don't panic, it's not a reduction in mechanical sweepers. It's a transfer. And then customer services and libraries, that's the 90,000 savings, 200,000 savings in community and public protection, and that's all around the processes, again, not frontline stuff, it's all the back office processes. And of course, then back to the transformation, customer services transformation, which really is probably where most of the work is going to be taking place in my area, I think, because that's the one that we think will save us the most money. Happy to sort of jump back to any slides, happy to take questions. I don't know if you want to go to Lisa and Anna for a summing up.
I go to the officers to Miss Anna-Ruth Gates, should we just make comment?
Yes, happy to just pick up the point that Laura made about the inflationary costs. So clearly our waste disposal contracts are clearly defined with provisions in there. And during periods of low inflation, that's worked considerably in the council's favour. But unfortunately, as with a lot of council services, with inflation where it is, that obviously has a knock-on impact. The recyclate price at risk, it is quite a volatile market. We have received income in the past for our recyclate. At the moment, unfortunately, it's swinging a little bit in the other direction. It still represents value for money. Our contracts still represent value for money. Disposing of recyclable material is still cheaper than, and better for the environment, of course, than putting it in landfill. And that links in nicely with our behavioural programme that Laura talked about earlier. And the money we spend in that regard does actually benefit the authority by saving money in terms of disposal of our waste. Just touching on the mechanical sweepers point, we are actually looking at purchasing sweepers rather than leasing them. And obviously that shifts the cost and expenditure from a revenue budget to a capital one. So that's all work in progress, as Laura mentioned. And apart from that, that's probably where my services are. So I'll hand over to Lisa.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Councillor Beddow and Chair today. That's a really good opportunity for us to touch on some of the work that we are doing within customer libraries and archives. As Councillor Beddow has said, our library strategy has really progressed over the last year, and we hope to have that for Council to approve in the next few months. We're just bringing all of that consultation together, and that library provision covers 23 local authority managed libraries and 8 community managed libraries, but not to forget that we are also home to many partner services, including local citizens advice and skills and learning and many community groups. And we also deliver online digital services for all of our communities through our libraries and community outreach services, including our home library service. So it really is wide ranging, and as you know, is absolutely the heart of all of our communities. And our customer services really is that front door for the whole of the organisation. So as well as resolving over 200,000 customer contacts for the year to date, we also deliver rapid response services. So our Ukraine response at the moment has been really, really important over the last 8 months whilst we've been delivering the Homes for Ukraine scheme, as well as the front door for our adult social care team. So we're really making sure that we have the right resources in the right areas within those teams to support all of the demand that is coming in through the organisation at the moment. And quite a lot of that, as Councillor Beddow said there, is still using those traditional methods of contacting us via telephone, predominantly email and face-to-face, and we have brought quite a lot of our face-to-face services into our community areas through our libraries. So we really have already progressed a lot of transformation in those areas to make sure that we are delivering services in the way that our customers need them, and so that they access those absolute critical services. But it's true to say that there's a lot of opportunity there for us to transform. So our customer transformation programme will really be looking to understand customer behaviours now, really look at how they use services in their everyday lives, and make sure that we are looking to keep up with technology as it continues to evolve and continues to deliver what our residents actually require of us. So there's a huge opportunity for us to simplify our ways of working and to bring our front door services together. So where our customer management, customer assessment is held in many different areas across the organisation, and look at how we can create economies of scale, as well as look at those processes and where we can be more digital and accelerate our digital in line with our digital transformation, as well as making sure we protect those most specialised and critical customer interactions that really do require that personal touch and that human intervention. So really exploiting technology and making sure that we're keeping up with that, as well as protecting those most vital services that we know are really important to our communities. So we have achieved some funding that will help us to bring that accelerated programme to council within the next few months. That's going to be really wide ranging, and that will require further invest to save transformation funding to make sure we really exploit that technology and look across the whole council at where we can make those efficiencies to the way that we deliver services now, in line with being a responsive and customer focused organisation. So hope that helps some of your points of inquiry today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else to add, Ms. Beddow?
Nope.
Did you speak? Okay. So I'll move to non-members' questions. Councillor Heatley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm worried about the minnows.
Okay.
The very little services. In paragraph 2041 of this paper, there's a reference to getting on £4 million worth of savings to other smaller programmes. I'm not sure what that refers to. I want to see it in the context of the statement that has been made about this budget as a whole in a press release, that the proposals would see essential frontline council services continuing to be provided to residents and businesses protected from cuts. I don't know what all the services are we're referring to here. I don't know whether they are all essential frontline services. I'd like to be in a position where from the papers I could investigate small services that I was interested in. I mean, potential ones are trading standards, food standards, licensing, registration, bereavement, environmental protection, and there are probably another 15 I've never heard of, but you know, there's a lot of them. Let me take one example, trading standards. I have a soft spot for trading standards. I began my serious working life about 50 years ago in the Weights and Measures division of the old Board of Trade. Know a bit about what that service does. I cannot find in these papers anywhere something that says, look, what we spent last year on trading standards was so much, what we're going to spend next year is so much again, which would give me some comfort that perhaps this service is going to be protected. And I'm sure Laura will tell me that instance, this one is going to be protected. But in a sense, it's not trading standards that is my point. My point is that there's a long list of services that we don't really know what is happening from the papers. Would we have an annex in the paper that goes to Cabinet which lists these smaller services and gives some financial information about what's happening, described in words that we understand them by, if you see what I mean? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's probably not one for me because it doesn't just cover my services. Because, you know, I can talk to the services that Councillor Heatley's referred to, but actually you're talking about all of them.
There's more.
And I know that the data is there, but I also know that the papers can't be so unwieldy. So I don't know if...
I was going to say, initially we had it where we had everything on there and there were so many pages, so we've had to try and condense it down, but maybe suggest that we could send that detail through.
At it into the annex.
I mean, I've seen your list of budget headings. I understand how detailed that is, but there's a happy medium in this level of detail.
Did you wish to make a comment?
Well, not really, except that we got into the practice these days of when you want to go deep into detail, you put a link in the report that you can, if someone wants to look at it, go to the link, details sitting there for Brian to have a look at. But it's that straightforward, really. You don't have to embed it in the report itself. Create a link very easily, I think. Do that.
Yeah.
Yep, don't mind how it's done.
Can we just have a moment? I'm just worried about managing expectations.
Yes, right.
What level of detail would we be able to provide by this time tomorrow?
Well, we have all the detail. It's just, I suppose, whether how we're going to publish it and bring it all together.
By this time tomorrow.
By this time tomorrow, but I don't know whether it's something that we do offline.
I don't know whether,
or whether it, because it would take longer than that to for the.
I don't know whether the expectation was for Councillor Heatley for that to be done within that time frame, or whether it was for members to be able to enable them to look at that link.
As far as I'm concerned, it certainly doesn't have to be by this time tomorrow. That was a constraint that hadn't occurred to me.
Yeah, sorry, because the budget paper's got
published.
published.
Yeah.
So maybe we do something.
If I could quickly comment, just in the first instance, it might be useful if we circulate a link to the budget book. So although that's this year's budget book, it's 66 pages of detail that's on our intranet. It's already available. That'll be a good start. And kind of we'll take that message on board about trying to get the right level of detail for future budget setting processes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other questions from non-committee members. I'll move to members of the committee for questions. Nothing. Okay. So the transport maintenance program we've got, that's done internally. Maintenance, we don't go out to tender on that.
Kevin is actually Councillor Abraham, for those that can't see me. This actually comes under my portfolio and is dealt with by Anna. I don't know whether Anna wants to respond, but I'm certainly happy to let you know that we are continually looking at ways in which we can reduce the costs of providing the fleet maintenance, either internally or even externally.
Okay, so I was wondering whether it went out to tender.
Yeah.
One of your slides that said fleet maintenance, I know that there's a crossover.
It's because it's a crossover, and I suppose the answer is that it's a mix. But I don't know if Anna, you want to go into a bit more detail.
Yeah, I can do. So a lot of the maintenance costs and expenditure on there relate to servicing and maintaining our own vehicles. So members will be aware we've got several depots around the county that does that work. Apart from that, we do have an MOT team that does MOTs for members of the public. And that's something that we have been looking at expanding. There is a mix of external costs on maintenance as well, because certain types of vehicles have to be MOT'd by people with particular types of qualifications, as you'd understand, for larger scale vehicles, so commercial waste vehicles, for example, that sort of thing. And so that has to then be conducted by an external party that we then have to pay for. So there's a real mix in there of costs and services.
Digital transformation. I've always been cautious in my approach to this from a personal aspect due to the fact we've got such an elderly population with that don't necessarily have the ability to adopt a digital transformation program from their end of it, rather than having a front of house services. Now, I understand why the council authority want to move to a digital transformation future rather than a front of house service and a face-to-face delivery approach, because obviously the cost implications of that front house to house space delivery as opposed to a digital delivery. Obviously, digital delivery is that much cheaper in council authority. So it's from a personal stand, and I know my concerns are shared by other members as well as to how we do that approach and at what speed and pace we do that approach. And some of that it becomes a political decision, because there will be PR implications for the council if we've moved too far and we find that we've got members of our residential population are finding it difficult to gain access within council authorities services. Okay, it's probably
and I would absolutely agree, but I would just say a couple of things. I think increasingly that age is not a barrier, and I'll mention my mum, who will be furious to learn that I'm about to disclose her 75th birthday, which is up and coming, and her competence on a variety of digital platforms, and incompetence too sometimes, but she is ably supported by her offspring. So I suppose my point is that yes, there is an age implication when using digital sort of customer services stuff, but equally we've got some great work going on with our digital champions who have got some amazing success stories. You know, people much older people, maybe with illnesses or disabilities, now absolutely Skyping, FaceTiming, Zooming family across the world and things like that. So I think on an ongoing planning for the future basis, that's something that obviously will gradually phase out. But at the same time, there will always be people who not even necessarily that they can't use the technology, but whose preference or whose situation might mean that they just need to rock up and talk to a human being. And I think we always need to keep that. So when we talk about streamlining our processes, it might be that Mrs. Miggins comes in and needs to talk to a customer service advisor, but the processes behind the advice and the actions that the customer services advisor then takes are then digitized and that much more streamlined, and that's where our saving is. But you can still talk to somebody, and I personally, I would never want to lose that. So when we talk about it, it often is the back office stuff as well as people. You know, I would love to see us have an app. I think that'd be great. I'd like people just to sign in once to their account. But someone will always want to come and talk to somebody, and that's okay too. So I just wanted to provide that reassurance, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very briefly, on the waste and fleet operations slide you showed, you've got £2 million of income showing. 1.9 million pounds of that is internal recharges. That's income to your area from the rest of the council. So in terms of overall budget, neutral rather than.
But I'm here to talk about my budget, I guess. But yes, yeah. As a whole, it's not sort of standalone income, but there are other aspects that are. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Earlier on today, Councillor Bryan spoke about part of his presentation, the future for larger vehicles and moving from a situation where we were owning them towards leasing them. We're more flexible for technology and other changes. But in your presentation just now, Anna just said exactly the opposite for street sweepers, and the direction of travel there is from leasing towards owning. Why is there a discrepancy between the two different approaches?
Just tack on to that, in terms of that capital outlay for those sweepers, is that a project to be completed within 23-24? Is it?
So, Anna, do you want to come in on the detail? Because the main reason we've got contracts that are coming to an end, so it's the time that we would look at that anyway. The technology around mechanical sweepers, I think, is slightly different to the rest of the fleet, Anna, but can you confirm? And that's the reason.
So there's a range of street sweeping vehicles. Members will be familiar with the smaller ones that can sweep in pedestrianised areas, right up to the larger scale vehicles that do road sweeping. Our contract for the larger scale road sweepers is coming to an end, and so we are identifying the best value for the authority in terms of leasing them or having some capital investment to purchase them. Road sweepers do have a significant lifespan. They would be depreciated over a period of time. So really, ultimately, it comes down to what represents best value for that particular service. Notwithstanding what Councillor Bryan said earlier, it's not necessarily going to be a one size fits all. It's going to be a combination of elements that represents best value at that time for the local authority and indeed for the lifetime of the vehicle that we have. So it's about what represents the best value ultimately for us.
Sure, I can appreciate that. But I mean, if we are making long-term decisions, we must obviously be taking environmental concerns as part of that. So if you would be assuring me that is being done, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. The environment is a key indicator and a key decision for what we are looking at for the future. And as Councillor Bryan referred to before, for certain size of vehicles, electric fleet isn't necessarily going to be the best value for the local authority at the minute. So we may need to look at other types of fuel apart from diesel fuel. But a range of measures and a range of solutions that are fit for purpose and deliver best value at the time for the authority is what's being looked at, and environmental consideration features highly in making those decisions.
Okay, and last one for me, Councillor Beddoe. And it's concerning. It seems to me that your portfolio portfolio. So,
Job, area. Go with area.
if third time lucky, is one of those that we can actually, in terms of being a more commercial oriented authority, use that for our benefit in terms of income generation within the authority, bring into the authority. So I'm just wondering, are you content that you're able to compete in a commercial world and bring income into the authority? Is there an issue around your staffing structure and the number of staff that you've got to be able to achieve that? Or are you content that in terms of us being a more commercial based organisation, you're on the right track and you're travelling in the right direction?
Yeah, I think I would say that I am content. I don't think we have pressures like they have, you know, perhaps with planning. I think there are areas, but that we are, I know, and I Lisa feels quite strongly that we want to grow our own, and we want to look at how, you know, how we. So, for example, if we're looking at customer services transformation, and there's a particular service, and someone is providing a customer service function, for example, in food hygiene, food safety, inspection, licensing, something like that, and then that role was taken into the customer services sort of project. Maybe that person that had previously done customer services in a particular department could then be trained on to engage in different work in that department and take that corporate memory and that expertise with them. So I think that's kind of part of what we're doing, is to make sure that we sort of succession plan and future plan for that. So I think I am reassured. Lisa, I guess I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, that's really good point to make, Laura. We know that roles will change, especially with transformation, but absolutely we want to look at where our staff have really areas of specialism and technical specialism, that we're giving them the opportunity to grow within those services.
That will bring about continuity within the workforce.
Yeah.
Any more questions from members? Okay, so if I move to summing up.
The only thing was about level of detail.
Do you have anything you wish to include into the summing up?
Well, I think, sorry, Chair, I think the observations are around the making sure that the level of details in the report in future, because Councillor Beddoes portfolio covers a lot of those detail level.
Yeah, that's a good point. I thought I wrote it down somewhere.
But that's all from that.
Yeah.
Just one of the things that we haven't touched on are things like increasing revenue from changes who pays councils, second homes, holiday homes, things like that, of which we have a lot. And I'm just what room.
Yeah, I think we'll pick that up with Aidan at the end. I think. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the officers will look at if there was anything else that needs to be wrapped up in that. I can't bring anything to mind. Fair point. Thank you. Councillor raised. Yeah. Okay. So much.
Thank you very much.
The officers, Miss Lisa Cotton and Miss Anna Eastgate. Thank you very much for your input. Right on. Reminds me, we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break just so you can recharge your drinks.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Thank you.
Thank you, members and officers and members of the public, for your forbearance. That's a very long meeting. We'll now continue with the Placings Resources Scrutiny Committee Budget Scrutiny meeting 12th of January. And we're moving into the final part of the meeting. My next agenda item is the Corporate Development, Legal and Democratic. Aidan Dunn and Mr. Jonathan Mayer. So, and so I'm having a short presentation from Mr. Dunn.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I'll just check if Jonathan's there on the screen, if he could join us. So there's two. Hi, Jonathan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
So there's two sections this afternoon. We've got corporate services, so which Jonathan and I are going to talk about now, talking about our budgets in corporate services. And then after we've discussed those, then there's the final section of the report that goes back to the very beginning, which is around council tax, second homes, and all those other issues that you may or may not wish to talk about. So just a quick recap on corporate services, which responsible for a number of the services, and Jonathan picks up the legal and leads the legal and democratic services. Our first slide is just a quick reminder what it is we do in our team. We do three things, so we do provide frontline services such as the land charges, which Jonathan's team covers, and the revenues and benefits team, providing daily interaction with the public. Secondly, we've got more of the back office type services. So that's about providing the support and challenge to the organisation, be that through finance, HR, and all those other examples that you've seen this morning. And then the third area is those things that are related in particular to councils, but those corporate functions ranging from the democratic services. We've got a lot of work going on around preventing and resisting cyber attacks and all those other things, statutory accounts, payroll, etc., etc. So that's what corporate services does between us. And the next slide just shows our budget. So our current budget this financial year is just around about the £30 million mark. Excuse me. Majority of that, as you can imagine, is staffing costs. So it's mainly about staffing. And then as in a similar format to other presentations you've seen during the course of today, those unavoidable costs of pay award and increments and other central adjustments that total £3.5 million corporate. And then the next two amounts, the 1.8 in terms of other pressures and the savings target, and we'll talk about in a moment. But overall, the proposed budget for next financial year, as you'll have seen detailed in the papers, is 35.5 million. So the next slide is where a bit more detail, trying to draw out an appropriate level of detail around the specific pressures that corporate is facing this year going into next year. And these are pressures that are on behalf of the organisation, but corporate, the majority of them, the corporate team are absorbing and building into our budgets. So the apprenticeship levy, as we're required to set aside a proportion of our pay as a national requirement to pay for as a levy to pay for apprenticeships. And for next financial year, because our pay bill's going up, we've got to set aside a further £55,000. Secondly, we've got a restructure in the leadership support. So this is in the team reporting into the chief executive. You remember this time last year we lost or reduced the posts both for a corporate director of HR and a head of service supporting the chief exec's office. So these are adjustments behind the scene to provide that sufficient capacity to ensure that we function. Thirdly, the Dorset Care records there. Dorset Care record, £109,000. So what this project is doing is trying to enable the data we have on our residents through our social care systems is able to talk to and integrate with the NHS as well. So there's costs associated with that. Next, external audit fees are going up. This is another unavoidable in the sense that it's determined and set nationally. We will be changing our external auditor next year. And we'll be moving on to Grant Thornton, but it's not a reflection that the fact that they're our new auditor, these are nationally set rates, so quite a significant increase there, 187. Which brings us to legal services capacity. So I could hand over to Jonathan, if I may, at this point. Jonathan, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Aidan. So, members, as a council providing services to the public, not surprisingly, we do not employ lawyers for the sake of it, and nor do we come forward with a request, an identified need for additional lawyers at all lightly. We employ lawyers as an essential part of supporting colleagues to deliver frontline services. So what I would call our business as usual. And we also employ lawyers to help deliver the council's wider priorities in the council plan. So behind that £269,000 figure is a detailed list of posts, either to support increases in our business as usual. So as an example, a very significant increase in the number of cases involving vulnerable adults in the Court of Protection, and also posts to support delivery of the council plan, and our transformation. So if I think, for instance, of the need for a senior contracts lawyer to support our ambition to be a more commercial council. So that's the detail. That's an indication of some of what sits behind that 269,000.
Okay, so the final item on that list is around ICT services. So 635,000 is the net increase. We've got the costs are more than that, around about 1.2 million, but we've been able to identify around £600,000 worth of savings. So the overall cost increase for next year is, as I say, 635,000. And the two big items draw out, in particular, Microsoft licensing. With the costs of Microsoft are increasing, that accounts for around about £250,000 for us as well. And then also we've got an increase in staffing in ICT as our demands as an organisation increase, so do the same. Then finally, we'll go back to Jonathan to mention savings. The majority of other savings have been net off, sort of small increase in cost, less the savings. But Jonathan in particular wants to just draw out these two savings items. Back to you, Jonathan.
Yeah, the first one is just to explain that is additional income. We have a number of external clients, notably schools who've got delegated budgets for legal services and the Fire and Rescue Authority, and that's an indication of the additional income that we will be generating from those external clients over the next year. And then the democratic services savings, just to reassure you, this isn't about cutting capacity in democratic services and posts. It's simply that every year since we've been established as Dorset Council, we've been able to go that little bit further with convergence and identifying a little bit of duplication in budgets that we inherited from predecessor councils. And this is the final piece of that work, identifying areas where we've underspent in previous years and bringing together some smaller amounts to make up that 34,000 saving in democratic services. Thank you.
Thank you. That's us. Thank you. Yes, Barry, is this kind of your?
It does. Yeah.
Did you wish to make any comment?
Not really. I think Aidan set it out. Jonathan set it out very well. I mean, I was encouraged to on the issue about legal services capacity, because one of the key things was that we heard earlier on from Tony Ferrari about repurposing and disposals. Yeah. Part of that, when you get to a point where you want to do it, there's a legal element to that, and we were concerned that there's a capacity and experience within Jonathan's team to be able to help with some of that. I know we can go out and find specialists, but I think we still need an element of that capacity within the council. So I was pleased to see that we've done that. and I picked up on Jonathan's point about democratic. Good piece of work done on that, actually, because we've looked at a capacity issue, and you'll be aware of some of that because you've commented yourself in the past. I think we've got a pretty good team in there now, and as Jonathan says, he's been able to find a few little bits of savings as a result of that final part of the convergence, and I think that's really, I think it's a good example of how you can look at little bits and pieces that make up a reasonable sum of money.
And enable that work to be done internally within the authority without having to go externally. We've got cost saving element, obviously. Okay, I'll move to any questions from non-committee members. Okay, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the delegated budgets to schools. If they don't use their legal budgets, are they allowed to fire those into their ordinary school budgets, or does that come back to us?
I believe it's their own budget to do with as they wish, and they can fire it to other places. I don't believe it comes back to us, but I'm conscious that Heather is here as well.
Thank you.
My understanding as well.
Okay. But you can tell me the answer, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have any other non-committee members wish to speak? No, I'm going to then move committee. Luke.
I hope it's a small issue. Government have introduced measures for voter ID at elections. We don't have elections next year, but we will. Well, sorry, we do next year. We don't this year.
Yes.
Yeah, I got my years wrong. But we will be. There will be elections. Voters will need photographic ID. Lots of people have driving licenses. The promise is that local authorities will provide you free of charge voter ID if you have none of those, as I understand it. Do we know what plans we have for that and what sort of cost implications there might be for that?
Chairman, I can help with that. We have very well developed plans in place for all of the changes that are being introduced. Voter ID is only one of those, and we do have specific grant from government to meet the cost of that. So that will all be in place. And the other point to mention, although we don't have elections this year in 2023, neighbouring BCP do, and some of our team have volunteered to help BCP with their elections, and that will give us good early experience of operating things like voter ID when it comes to Dorset Council elections in 2024.
The general election. Thank you.
Or yeah, possibly.
Councillor Brooks, is that a legacy hand that's still up?
Sorry, yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm trying to take it down now.
Okay. Councillor Andrew.
Yeah, just one question. I won't mention Sherwood. Legal.
Not worth mentioning.
Legal services additional capacity, £269,000. I know we're currently going through a lot of licensing appeals that end up in magistrates' courts, etc., which obviously is inflicting a lot of cost on us for barristers, etc. And there's a few appeals going through planning as well. So I'm just wondering what effect that will have on that budget.
Chairman, the budget for legal services does not include the cost of external legal advisors. Those are a pressure on individual service budgets, so that if, for instance, we had a need to employ a barrister for a planning appeal, that would be a cost in the planning cost centre, not within legal services. So I'm afraid I can't really help with that other than to say that we're not facing that additional pressure, but of course it is in another part of the council's budget.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley, do you want to make any comment about that? No. Okay. Any other questions from members? I just moved to two that I've got. The first one is, it's been a running theme through this budget scrutiny, in that we've got this aspiration to become more commercially minded, to create greater revenue streams into the council authority, that we know in terms of our income and our expense authority, we are desperately got to try and create more revenue streams into the authority. So the obvious question that's going to come forward is, and I appreciate it's been a really difficult year in some regards for legal and democratic services, with the workforce that is a massive workload and is quite exhausted. I appreciate that. We've gone through LGR, we were going through our transformation. The senior leadership team hadn't been together for a year before we got hit with the global pandemic. And I'll relate to this later on, that I believe that the council authority have performed exceptionally well with what has been confronted with. Very difficult year. But in terms of our staff and the workload, is there any staff levels that hindering the ability for legal to become more commercial and enable them to charge for their services, thereby creating another income stream for the council authority? It's been for me, it's been a reoccurring theme through the meeting, in that we're trying to basically get all of our various directors to kind of become more commercial, develop those income streams. So I just wondered what the thoughts were around that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Chairman, you will have seen then the additional income that we're anticipating in 2023-24. That's not as a result of growing the business and growing our customers. That's as a result of charging more for what we do already, because our priority has to be on supporting the council and the council services. Incidentally, we do also have work that we do for other people on a commercial basis. But I think the part that legal services bring to commerciality is more than going out and earning income. It's helping the whole of the council to be more commercial in its approach. And that's where I made the reference earlier to employing a senior contracts lawyer to help the whole organisation to be more commercial.
Thank you. My next question, which we touched on just now, and I appreciate the fact this may not be able to be answered, and you'll understand why. So we talked about cyber attacks earlier, and Councillor Heatley pointed out about budget lines and what there was in terms of individual costs to various aspects of the council and what those cost pressures were. I just wondered what it was the cyber attacks, but I appreciate you may not be able to answer the question, because what amount is given could give an indication to those that are potentially cyber attackers or hackers would know what provision we're putting in as a council authority to try and protect ourselves. So I appreciate that may not be divulged in a public meeting. So don't feel pressured to answer it.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that my colleague James Aylward is online. He's ducked out of another meeting to hopefully be able to join us. James,
I'm quite happy for that to be given outside of this meeting, as I say, if there is a risk of the information can be divulged.
James, did you hear the question? Are you able to comment without compromising us?
I didn't quite catch the question, Chairman. If you could ask that again, please. Apologies. I'm in a school at the moment. There's a bit of noise around me.
You're putting it for my nervousness of asking this, that I'm almost regretting asking it. Haven't thought it through. So in terms of cyber attacks to the authority, it would be nice to have an understanding in terms of cost pressures to how much that's costing the authority, because I would imagine it's quite a bit. However, I don't want you to answer it in a public forum if it's going to give an indication to any potential individual who would be attacking the authority as to what levels of protection we're trying to create around ourselves. Do you understand that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I think probably a conversation outside of this meeting in terms of the specific protections and measures that we have in place would be better than answering the question directly here. The council.
In that case, I'm happy to leave it there then.
Okay.
But it would be certainly an acknowledgement to members that yes, we feel we're on top of it is what I'm looking for. I don't need a specific figure.
Absolutely. So Dorset Council has increased the investment that we make into cyber defences. So we are in a much stronger position than we were 3 years ago when we formed. As you'll know, we've been through the Local Government Association's Cyber 360 process last year, which demonstrated that we're in a robust position and a strong position as a local authority. And I can go into more details outside of this public forum with you.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I've got no further questions. Any members got anything they want to pick up on? No. So if we move to, okay, yeah. So if we move through to conclude that, any members want to make any representation to cabinet concerning that? We're just content with the way the meeting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we're on the last hurdle here. So, Mr. Dunn, you're front and centre. It's central finance and capital. I understand we have a presentation from you and your team. Thank you.
Just one final slide
before you start. Sorry, I hope you're still there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your input.
Okay, fine. The one final slide. I'm going to talk about capital on the slide, and then this is the opportunity to go back to council tax questions as well. So if we could just move on to the final slide on capital. So the capital programme that we've got for this current financial year is 118 million, and you'll have seen if you've been studying the Q1, Q2 cabinet reports that we're struggling to spend that capital for a whole range of issues, and many of which we heard in the property and assets team, sort of staffing, as well as supply chain, and just generally having our capacity to deliver. So the capital programme is slipping. Also, as we've mentioned, there is a cost to any capital programme in terms of how we finance it is usually through borrowing. And if we borrow money now, it's costing us more now because of interest than it did sort of this time last year as interest rates have gone up. So in that context, in the context of slippage, interest rates going up, capacity and supply chain issue, we haven't put in any new proposals for additional capital spend in the budget you've got in front of us. So we haven't put in any proposals yet. The main reason for that is that we're going into a lot of detail now, reviewing the capital programme as we have to see what the absolute priorities are and what do we really focus on. So it goes back to that point about capacity to deliver. So we've got a review of the capital programme going on at the moment. We're not going to be in a position to put anything into the cabinet paper tomorrow, but we have lodged on the cabinet forward plan to go to February's cabinet, February the 28th, to have an update on capital there. So essentially, we're saying we've got 180 million already committed for this current financial year. We haven't done it all, so we're going to carry on with that in the meantime, but be able to bring an update in February.
Okay. Yeah, I think with an authority of this size and with capital programmes, there is always going to be slippage, isn't there, from year on year? It's the nature of the beast, really. Thank you. So go to portfolio holder. So if I move to non-committee members, and Councillor Taylor wanted to table a question earlier, but we held it back to this point in the meeting, and Miss Watson's going to read the question out, which she's emailed to us.
Yeah. Okay, so the text and the question as put by Councillor Jill Taylor, I'm just going to read it out as it's in this email. I totally understand that we need to keep our council tax as low as possible. We are in a well-documented cost of living crisis and welcome this council proposing a 2% increase when we could have gone for a 3% increase. However, can I question this and whether something possibly a bit more innovative has been considered to make a real difference to those who are struggling in Dorset rather than the sledgehammer approach that 2% is. Average salary in Dorset is £35,000. This means that a lot of residents who are on more than the average, not lower. Those on minimum wage earn between £20,000 to £5,000. Holding the council tax down 2% instead of 3% will mean that all those residents will be paying a difference of 35p a week. 35p is a lot for a family on low pay, but relatively insignificant for a family who are better paid. Additionally, a household on council tax benefit who are under 65 years of age still pay 10% of the council tax. This means that for a family in this position, they will have a saving of 3.5 pence per week. Keeping the council tax down, while welcome, is a sledgehammer and does little for those on low wages who really are struggling with the cost of living. While I appreciate that there is a review planned for council tax benefit, cost of living crisis is now, and any changes from that review will not be implemented until financial year 24-25. Has consideration been given for a more innovative approach which will address this? Would there be capacity within our reserves to consider how we can address this, or are there alternative mechanisms that may be considered?
So I can give an officer factual perspective, and then I'll stop at that point if I may.
I don't know who wants to go first.
I can go first if you like. Shall I set the scene? I hear what Jill says, but I don't think that's a matter for this committee in itself. I mean, it's a matter for full council. If somebody wants to come along with the alternative proposal, then they do so. So we've got a proposal which has been put before your committee, Chairman, and Jill's committee on Tuesday, and it's a case of scrutinising what's before you, not inventing something that doesn't exist. I take your point, and there will be ways in which we can look at that, but I don't think this is the forum for us having a debate about whether we should or shouldn't be doing something that's different to what's here. You're scrutinising what was a draft that's been put before you. I think there's another place for dealing with the point that she's made.
I'm content with that. Okay, so do you want to make an answer to that? That's all right. Okay, thank you. Do we have any other non-committee members who wish to speak? Mr. Mayor, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. It was just to take the opportunity to remind members that if anyone does wish at full council on the 14th of February to move an amendment to the budget, then they do need to give the chief executive advance note. Unusually, because it's the budget, you need to give advance notice to the chief executive. I will be circulating a reminder to all members about that, but it's just an opportunity to reinforce it. So if there was a proposal to amend council tax or to amend any other part of the budget, there has to be advance notice of that amendment, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Okay, so if I move to committee members' questions.
I think my original question regarding second homes and what to do then falls within the same bracket. So I'll defer that till.
Okay. And it's on page 12 at 6. It said the councillors forecast an overspend in the third quarter. Do we have the latest cost projection on this? We do.
So the quarter 3 budget report is being put together as we speak and will be published as part of the for the February January cabinet. So it'll be published. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At page 14 at 11.2, budget assumption. Do the officers feel comfortable with the forecast inflation rate, volatile global markets and banking movements, even the EEC and the ongoing complications that has brought and the ongoing use of exploitation? The question is always going to come up. It's the how confident are we about the assumptions around the inflation rate? It's an impossible question to answer, I know, but nevertheless it has to be asked, right?
Yes, thank you. Good question. So if we could move on to slide 8, so move forward 2 slides. So the question is, how confident are we with our inflation? So this, I'm afraid it's not clear enough on this slide, but what that chart shows, that's the Bank of England's estimate for inflation over the next few years. And you can see that there's a range, there's sort of like a heat chart over the next few years. So the Bank of England isn't confident of what inflation will be. So therefore, I don't think it's reasonable for us to be confident. So the question is, given the risks associated with that, what are we doing to mitigate the risk? So our budget assumption for general inflation next financial year is 6%, which is broadly the midpoint of that fan chart at the midpoint of next financial year. So we've gone with the average of what the Bank of England is saying. So we've modelled that in as our general inflation assumption for next financial year, as have most other local government organisations in our situation. Secondly, where there's a real price sensitivity we've built in additional inflation, and we've touched on that today when we talk about fuel and utilities, where we've put in an extra, on occasion it's around about an extra 30% uplift. And then the largest area of spend that we have as an organisation is on buying care. That's price sensitive as well. And that was explored on Tuesday to the satisfaction of the committee there, that we'd built in sufficient inflation. So we have used our best judgment to form our modelling assumptions as described. The next issue then is, so what happens if we get it wrong? What happens if the inflation is higher than we projected? And that's where our sort of second line of defence, as it were, comes in, and that's the contingency budget. So detailed in the papers is a contingency budget of 8.1 million. I think I referenced it earlier, where money set aside with no specific purpose, and that's if inflation increases, as one of the areas we'd fund that would be from the contingency budget. And then finally, if the contingency budget is used up, as it has been this current financial year, then we do have our reserves, our safety net of reserves. We've got a general fund balance of over 30 million to hedge against that. So I think from my professional opinion, and with the support of my colleagues and with the various conversations we've had over many, many months, this is our best judgment, and we've got risk mitigation behind it. And I think it's as good as we can do at this stage.
Okay. Councillor Took.
Just a very small point. These slides I see are noted as labelled official sensitive. I'm assuming that since this is a public meeting, that no longer applies, and the data there can be shared with the public or with parish councils.
Absolutely. Sorry, this is a previous version, so it will delete the official sensitive. Yes, please do share. And the Bank of England data is exactly this. I got it.
That's fine. I just didn't want to get into trouble.
No, fine.
I should be asked questions.
Thank you. I should have spotted that earlier. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so if I move to my question, page 21 at 16.3, and also page 23 from 18 through to 18.4, an impact of an increasing budget gap from 15 million to 29 million. On the medium-term financial plan, it should be of some extreme concern. How much of this can we contribute to the various lines of grant funding from government that ceased when this authority was set up? So since this council's conception, and remember that when we came into unitary authority, Dorset County Council, I believe, thinking back, was some £30 million in red. It seems disappointing that the within the next sort of 7 years, we could be back in the same position. Or it seems to me that there's been an extreme lack of central funding coming down from Westminster to enable this council authority to perform to the level that it could be performing. So that might touch slightly political. I'm just trying to establish from a financial point of view how much impact the loss of those grants has impacted on this council authority. I'll come to you first, Councillor.
Yeah, I won't comment about the grants that we may or may not have lost. What I will say is that Gary Suttle is on record of saying that structurally we're about 20 million, 25 million a year underfunded by central government. And we're not the only council. There's lots of councils, and we went through a period, didn't we, from 2010, austerity, squeezing funding out of local government. I think it went too far. I make no excuse for saying that, because I believe it to be the case. And I think there needs to be some work done. I've done it. I've lobbied hard. I know the LGA have done it. And I think there's a realism now that there has to be some changes in the structural way that central government funds some of the key services that we have a responsibility for. And it's quite wrong, is it not, to depend so heavily as we have to on the local taxpayer. And that's something I'm very happy to say anywhere in this country, because I believe it's true. So it was a good question, but it's the structural underfunding that's the key to that.
I'm happy if you don't want to comment further on that.
Can I just, I won't comment on that aspect in particular, but I just want to make clear what table 16, paragraph 16.2 is telling us.
Sorry, which page?
This is page,
Oh, yeah.
page
21.
Page 21. So I just want to be very clear. This table, and it's very detailed, tells the story of our budget setting process, and it tells the story of numbers. Essentially, this time last year, we said that the gap for next year was going to be about 15 million. That was our best estimate. Then during, we then sort of went through as the year went on, we became aware of more money, we managed to achieve more efficiencies, more savings, we forecast demand, inflation went up, etc., etc. So by October, at the bottom of the table, that 15 million gap had become 29 million. That's what we were faced with in October. And then if we move across to the next page, that page then shows how we've moved from 29 million pound gap between how much we thought we needed and how much was available, and have got that down to the budget that you've got in front of us today. So it sort of tells the story, and it just, I think this illustrates the real, it's been a very stressful time for all, I think, the budget setting this year compared to many other years. It just tells the story of the volatility of the numbers given those issues I've talked about, inflation, interest rates, supply chain, etc., etc. So those tables are key to telling the story of how we've reached a balanced budget.
Think on actually, it's in the following question. The think on at page 24 at 19 to 19.1, as you were seeing within your report, where we have it laid out in terms of the previous year budget 2022-23 to bring in that balanced budget. Next year's a balanced budget, but as we get towards year 4, year 5, we start to come back to that 31 million budget deficit. That was the point I was trying to make.
Absolutely, yeah.
Again, Councillor Farrar goes back to, as we've said, from central government, the funding hasn't come to authorities such as ours. So while I'm on that point, I'm having conversations with Councillor Suttle. I know that he talks about a algorithm to achieve a better funding for Dorset Council. When I had the conversation with him, when I went to him, I talked about a formula, but we're basically on the same page
thing, yeah.
In terms of the government needs to have an understanding with council authorities as to whether they're rural, whether they're urban, what their demographic age population is. So obviously with us being a retirement county, we are heavily impacted with the adult care social services, as we've seen, and the impact that has on our budget. And as you've already pointed out, that is paid for through a local government taxation, which means that our residents in Dorset pay a disproportionately higher council tax in other areas of the country. We've all gone through this, we've laboured over it time and time again. And I think when we do the wrap up, obviously that will be something I'm hoping that the members would agree would go back to government to give you the strength, the tool to go to government to argue our case from a scrutiny perspective within the council authority. Okay. So questions, I'll move on to I just want to comment around on page 37 at 24.6, 24.7, referring to capital contingency budget, minor works budget, and members' view. I think, from my own personal view, I think it's both prudent and common sense approach, along with the maintenance and general fund reserve of 34.7 million, which is above the recommendation, and I think this is welcome. Whilst there is slippage in the capital works programme, this is to be expected. There, however, needs to be a flexibility in the council's approach, which to date we have seen. Pleasing to see that the officers have the strategy in hand in terms of the capital programme, 260 million. I've got that in there. I'm not sure if that was the right figure. I think it was. Are you content with that as an approach? Are the members of the committee content with that? Yeah, you happy with that? Okay. Page 40 at 28.5. Aside from scrutiny, what checks and measures do we have in place across the directorates of the authority? We have a risk and a dashboards, which to a degree will highlight certain concerns, but how do we actually measure performance within the council authority? Save the best to last, obviously.
general performance beyond finance, not just financial performance.
Because you oversee all of the directorates and their budgets. I'm just wondering how, from your point of view, do you measure performance so that you're getting best bang for buck?
Yeah.
When they come before you in your office and sat beside the table as I've done.
So there's a few aspects of this. I'll try and start off in the helicopter, the sort of high level view that we've, and just clarity, we haven't got a helicopter. That was just a turn of phrase. Yeah. For those of you listening at home. So we've recently, you have recently refreshed the council plan that sets out what we're trying to do as a council. And so we want to measure and monitor progress against that. So we've got those performance measures. Through to the other extreme, we get lots of data requests and performance monitoring done by government departments as well, in particular in adult social care and children's services. So there's a whole plethora of data. Well, from a process perspective, we're getting increasingly effective at bringing it together in data dashboards to make it user-friendly and instant access. And I think you might have seen some of these through your various committee meetings. In terms of our performance framework, from a finance and a manager perspective, our emphasis is on our managers doing what we're paying them to do, which is to manage their budgets, to manage their resources, and to achieve the performance. So managers have the tools to be able to monitor their performance, and then that kind of escalates up through. So on a monthly basis, each management team, so each directorate has a management meeting looking at their key performance indicators. And then we as directors are held to account by the chief exec, and that's looked at the senior leadership team on a monthly basis. And then the chief exec and ourselves are held to account by the cabinet on a monthly performance leadership board, where we go into that detail, and the cabinet have access to all the granular detail as well. I think the absolute difficulty is there's so many performance metrics and indicators. How do you make sure you're looking at the right one? And I think that's through a combination of experience, but it comes back to this performance framework that's been built alongside the council plan that brings that absolute focus of what are we trying to achieve for the residents of Dorset. So I'm satisfied that we've got a performance framework in place. I think it's working reasonably effectively, but we're not complacent. We need to keep going, keep improving.
And that's like from a bottom to top.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think from us as members of the Scrutiny Committee, we're now seeing the performance dashboards and the risk dashboards. Well, so for us, that gives us a oversight on how the council is performing, and hopefully is flagging up the issues that we need to see. At management level, you're content with the way it's working to a degree, but you're always going to keep an eye on that. I'm reminded of the fact that the Sherborne members.
Don't encourage him, please.
Did highlight the fact that obviously those performance dashboards and risk dashboards are only as good as the information is being inputted into them. I think it's something we've got to be mindful as a risk factor within the council. If that's a fair comment.
Yes. Yeah.
Jay, could I add to what?
Certainly, yes.
What Asia said, because he's quite right. I think I'm impressed with the way we've developed our performance management systems, because key milestones are absolutely essential for us to understand progress or otherwise. And it's live, it's monthly, it's not too historic. You know, you asked earlier on about when are we going to get the third quarter budget comparison. Well, it's historic. That, you know, you can't go, oh dear, that's bad. You're already 3 months or 4 months down the track. Whereas what we've got now is live, and cabinet can dip into their own particular services and see it on a very regular basis. And the work that the team have done around that is huge. And every time I see it, it gets better. I mean, David loves spreadsheets. He loved this because your wife would never see you again, because there's so much data. It's rich in data, and because it's rich in data, it helps us to run this council more effectively. I added that because I do think on occasions you need to recognise the work that's been done. But Dave Bonner is, I think, the principal head of that service, and they've done a really, really good job.
Absolutely agree.
Are there any more questions from members? Mr. Mayor, is that a legacy hand, or did you wish to come in?
See, I think.
Sorry, it's a legacy hand somehow. Apologies.
Just check it. Thank you. Okay, so some of this wrap up from this one.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Cameron did. My apologies.
Yeah, I do find it very interesting, the inflation graph that you've used. The only problem I have with that, I think, is that they pointed out on a discussion program I was watching that you could produce virtually the exact same graph, but going back every year for the last 10 or 20 years, and the numbers change on the left hand side, but it always show inflation coming down on balance. So the Bank of England is structurally designed to come up with that sort of forecast. But having said that, I don't think anyone comes up with a better formula, so it works from that point of view. But I'm more interested in how you've arrived at the pay award of 4%, and how realistic that is, bearing in mind, obviously we're in the middle of several industrial disputes which could affect things quite radically if certain deals are made between the organisations. So, yeah, how did you get 4%, and also how much would it cost us for every 1% above that?
Okay, Chairman, do you mind if I invite Chris Matthews? I'm not sure if Chris is online, who's our interim lead on HR. Chris, are you there? I think he was watching on YouTube earlier rather than in the link, so he might not. Oh, okay, so 4%. So the pay negotiations are done nationally. So slightly out of our out our hands, but we have to fund what's agreed. But we are involved in both feeding information into those negotiations and hearing what the union colleagues have to say as well. And that's on a southwest regional event. So we're getting regular briefs, sharing notes with other local authorities as well. So our 4% is based broadly on what other local authorities are saying. And it's really difficult because this time last year, we'd predicted 2% for this current year, and I think it ended up nearer 8 on our. So we are anticipating. We've gone for 4, in the sense that the 8 was. It wasn't. They didn't take account of affordability in the negotiations, which is very unusual and kind of a sort of one-off. We hope. So our sense is, from a sort of a finance perspective, that affordability will become an issue again, and we're seeing that through national government and the media. The media's reporting of national government stance. So we feel that 8% would be unlikely because of the general trying to bring inflation and the pay escalation down. So that's why we've gone for 4%. But once again, the contingency is in there as our safety net. So it's our best estimate, taking into account what the best advice that we're getting from the regional area. I think you go to some of those briefings as well, Spencer. It's our best estimate, but it is only that. It's an estimate, and the reality is we have to pay what's ever agreed.
Can I just add to that? Because this, in 22, the settlement was, there was a lot of bottom loading in the settlement, but did distort. The percentages are great, aren't they? We put X% on a figure, but the bottom loading last year did distort the overall picture, didn't it? So I don't see that happening again, because I think there was a one-off correction, lower end of the lower scale of the the lower pay scales, and we have to wait and see. But I'm not picking up any indication that's going to get repeated this year. It's more likely to be a figure on a total within the scales that already exist. But I mean, I'm quite happy to take that away and do a bit, and I go to these meetings, so I do get a bit of a feel for what's going on nationally. But the affordability factor has to be taken into account this year, in my view. You asked a question about what does 1% look like, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that is 1.5 million.
1.5 million. Okay. Yeah, I think it's very difficult. Yeah, I mean, personally, it's just my view, but I prefer a number more like 6% or something like that, recognising that it's not, because the environment's changed a lot in the last 12 months, and the union seem very determined to push for it. Yeah. Having said that, of course, if some of the collapses and some of the industrial disputes go well for the authorities, the government, maybe 4% is still achievable, but way things are going at the moment, I would be very, that's very much on the optimistic side of things. 4%.
Can I come back? Because I think I hear what Andy's saying, but the fact we got that headroom of 8 sitting in the budget does give us that protection if the 4 is a bit lean. I don't think it will be, actually. I think it's going to be closer to 4 than it is 6. But you know what the product of 1% means. So in the scheme of our budget, 348 million. I'd like £1 million, but it's doable within, because budgets are our very best way of estimating what the costs are likely to be, and at the end of it, it's never perfect budgets. Actually, well, I wouldn't I? But I do. I think the officers and colleagues done a great job in getting this a soundly based budget, and Andy, makes a good point. There is a vulnerability in it, but I think we've got it covered.
Yeah, the other thing that slightly concerns me about the contingency is that often gets used up for either adult services or children's services budgets. So you have to be fairly confident that they're not going to overspend. Yeah, otherwise, you've committed the same amount of money, but twice over, really.
Yeah, and that's Chair, if I may, that's an issue that's happened this financial year. We set an 8 or almost 9 million contingency. Pay award used up most of that, leaving little headroom for pressures for children's and adults. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Councillor Tuke?
Chairman, I almost answered the question I was going to ask, but it's a truism that no plan survives contact with the enemy. Not that we have enemies. But is it possible, we've got a budget gap in 0 for this year, if everything goes according to plan. We've got this sort of risk width, and it would have been nice perhaps to see what that budget gap might be at the top end and a budget surplus at the bottom end. So what for future planning, what potential budget gap might we be faced with at the end of the next year, if the assumptions are at the top end of the scale of risk and at the bottom? So in terms of surplus, it's just trying to translate that into some numbers. But I take the point about 1.5 million per 1%. But that's quite the answer. A variation in there. So it was really just, is it possible to get a feel for what that risk might amount to in terms of potential gap or potential surplus?
So I'm sort of slightly
just a finger in the air.
Yeah, slightly reluctant to sort of fire from the hip, but I could have a go. If our plans go, if everything goes according to plan, then we won't need the contingency, and we'll be left with a surplus of 8.2 million at the end of next financial year. I think what we've heard through the course of today is such are the risks around, be it pay, be it inflation, be it demand, be it the recyclate prices and all those other things. So my best judgment is that 8 million is a good contingency and is proportionate, and that feeds into the council tax question as well, doesn't it? There potentially more council tax could be made, but actually trying to keep the costs down for our residents, there's a balance to be struck there. So 8 million is kind of a best case. Worst case, I mean, what we're looking at the moment, what we reported at Q2 for this current financial year was actually it's about 7.8 million overspent the other way, but that's been predominantly driven by pay. That costs us an extra 6 million that we haven't anticipated. So it's those sort of scales. But then you look at some of the other variables we're grappling with. One high cost placement for a child could cost us, upwards of £500,000 a year. So it's difficult. It's difficult to give you that real sense of range. But what the final part of this report says is, as your statutory finance officer, I'm saying that the contingency budget plus reserves means that we're in a safe place. I think that's I think the best I can do.
Okay.
Councillor Clerk?
Yes, I just wanted to know, I know we've got a budget of possible 4% on pay review. I was just wondering, central government sometimes brings in minimum pay levels and how that would affect our budget for the coming year. And you really just answered that, but yes.
Just comment briefly. Yeah. So the national minimum wage has been factored into the thinking as well, and as the leader is describing, as the minimum wage goes up, it does sort of always gets to the point of overtaking some of our base pay. So some of the base pay goes up, and then there's trying to maintain that differential between line management. So all of that has been factored into our calculations. But who can second guess the government?
No, I don't. Talking central government here.
So, a couple more. So I am assuming, of all evils, that in terms of a financial settlement date, that the officers would prefer if we had a government financial settlement date sometime in October, rather than. Sorry,
love it. I'd absolutely love it.
So that's just what we're going to put back to cabinet, so that they've got a tool to go to government with from the scrutiny committee. Okay, so I guess I'll be pushing against an open door. So we're happy with that. And the other one is that the authority needs to secure a 3 to 5 year financial settlement agreement so that it can plan its medium-term financial plan and mitigate risk to frontline services in the future, because it seems quite ridiculous that a local government authority with an excess of £350 million budget is working on a year-by-year basis. And if a private industry walked into your bank manager and told him that, he's going to laugh you out the door. So again, that's something that you be comfortable with. We look at it. Yeah, thank you. Members are content with both those.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
So the next one is, I'm going to just make this as a comment, which I'd like to feedback as well, and that there needs to be communication between portfolio holders and directorates with a view to fostering a one-team approach. I think that is intrinsically important. Obviously, in scrutiny, you have to say the difficult thing, and you have to ask the difficult questions. And what I want is a message from scrutiny, if the members are minded to, that we need to ensure that the portfolio holders are working together as one team, the directorates are working together as one team, so that we can actually have a council authority that is running efficiently and producing the best for the residents. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah. Continue in that way. Perfect.
Okay. The next one was in terms of we would accept the Section 151 officer being the fountain of all knowledge, that we accept that the inflation rate estimations, we'll accept that, because I'm not aware that he has a crystal ball, but it's the best that we can come up with what the Bank of England are forecasting. And it's rather, you say, it's a bit like a heat pattern. It's a very wide and broad assumption there, but we're comfortable to accept that. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next one was, and as I said, I've spoken to the finance portfolio holder, and well, he calls it an algorithm, I call it a formula approach, but we're both on the same page. And I know I've had conversations with the leader concerning this and with Mr. Dunn, and that is that government needs to understand that an algorithm or formula approach needs to be made with regards to funding from central government and local council authorities. So it is pointless going to the government and asking for 20 million here or 30 million there. There needs to be an understanding as to what a council authority such as this, the implications as and what it's facing in terms of its costs. That government then is done under a formula approach or an algorithmic approach, so it delivers the right amount of money to the council authority. You're happy with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say it must be kind of generated from our knowledge within our own authority into what feeds into our algorithm as well, such as the demographic, for instance.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's really changed. Is the demographics have significantly changed since the government last looked at this. We have a much higher elderly population than we did when the current formula was drafted.
So the next one, and I stress all of these, obviously the cabinet can decide to take on board what we've said or ignore it. That's up to cabinet. But the next one I would like to see happen is I've been very appreciative as how we conduct budgets within this authority. I think this has been an oddity because the financial setbacks come in so long. It's put the finance team under terrific pressure to try and formulate a budget in a very short period of time. And as we know, we've gone through it. There is assumptions in there. They haven't had the opportunity to another function. We can due to the situation we were put in. And I've always been appreciative of the budget cafes. I like the budget cafes. I think there's a huge amount of information that's imparted to members. However, in order to secure budgets going into the future, and as we've seen, the projections are that budget setting is going to get increasingly difficult unless there is a change in attitude from central government as to how they fund local authorities, such as us, with that top ups. So what I'm thinking is about setting up cross-party working groups by the end of April in future financial years to work with officers and portfolio holders of all directorates to deliver proposed budgets into the budget cafes that will give shared ownership of the budget in challenging times and accord with smoother run of council authority, while giving assurance to the officer corps, particularly those from finance. Budget cafes welcome, but they come at a very late in the day and we cannot bring about any informed change to a degree. So how do members feel about that?
I'm quite happy with that.
Might that not require a little bit of further consideration?
Yeah, it's
just
it's not written in stone. As I said, cabinet can choose to ignore it. Yeah. It's just that I feel that we have a civilized chamber. The leader has worked hard to create cross-party working, which I've been very supportive of, as have a lot of members. We have a council chamber to say that's extremely civilized. We are all here to do the one job, and that is to provide for the residents of Dorset. We managed to create an environment in which the officers, I believe, feel very comfortable within working. We know that there are other council authorities that have their own issues and their own problems within their authorities. I think Dorset Council has been very mature in its attitude and its approach. So I'm only tabling that. It doesn't mean taken on board. It will need some work around it as to whether it's accepted or not. It may well not be accepted. It's just whether we're comfortable as a scrutiny committee to propose that, to put it forward. And as I say, it can be rejected.
I think there's merit. We talked earlier about the local plan and painting the Forth Road Bridge. Budgets are very similar. You finish one budget, and to be honest, you really should be starting the next one. Yeah. And at the moment, what we do is we sort of go through the year, and we come to November, starting on budgets, and we all have to worry about budgets, think about. But we should think better served if we've been looking at spend and costs and what's changing ongoing throughout the year.
What I'm minded is that across the chamber, we need to be utilising those members that can have an input, that are coming with knowledge to the table. Yes. The cabinet can ignore it. It's not written in stone. It's just, are you comfortable as a committee to propose that to cabinet?
Yeah.
It's wording, yeah.
I will abstain on that one if you don't mind.
That's fine. Okay. Okay.
Might well be right. It might be fine. I think it needs further consideration.
It does. It needs further consideration. There will be talks that will go on, and I'm not in a position. I want to put the leader in a difficult position. He will have those conversations with his cabinet. As I said, I believe there's a maturity within the council authority that this can be achieved. But that will be a decision that will be made by cabinet, and I will respect their decision. Okay. I just want to put it out there as an offer from this scrutiny committee, which is non-political, as the way, but a potential way forward. I appreciate the budget cafes. I do enjoy the way this council authority has conducted its budget setting over the lifetime we've had in this council so far. And I believe that we do have an environment in which the officers feel comfortable working in. I thank the officers for the candid approach through this meeting. Okay, so I'm going to draw that to the close there, if that's okay. I'd like to move on to agenda item 6, which is urgent items, of which there aren't any. Agenda item 7, exempt business, which there aren't any. and take the opportunity. Councillor Bryan.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to place on record so we can dispel any sort of difficult thoughts. I am lucky enough, I deal with Paul on the accounting side. He keeps me fully informed of everything that's going on. And I think this is happening through all the portfolios, certainly within place. So we get very good knowledge well in advance if we've got something tricky coming up. And I just wanted to make sure, especially for the members of the public, we'll be looking at this on YouTube later on today, that we have excellent control from the finance department. And I'll take my hat off to Paul because he has to put up with me.
That's true.
Yeah. But you know, you get great information, and 2 years ago the information was a bit slow coming through, but we've made tremendous strides to get the information coming through very quickly and very accurately. We meet once a month with John and all the portfolio holders. We go through everything. We know the things that we're going to have to deal with. And I just thought I would mention that, just so people don't misunderstand the fact that there is any gap between finance and the portfolio, because there really isn't.
No, there was no inference from the chair that there was. I think I've reiterated and laboured the point. I think that the way the council works, the way we set the budgets, I think has been exemplary, and particularly with this particularly challenging one. I just want to round off by saying, firstly, thank you to the committee members for your indulgence, perseverance, and what's been an extremely long meeting, but I think it's been a very productive one.
Yeah, very good.
I'd like to thank the portfolio holders for their input, and the officers for all the work, presentations, for everything you've done. I'm really appreciative, and I hope it's been beneficial to all in terms of the scrutiny committee meeting. Okay. And on that, I'm going to close the meeting at 51 minutes past 3, I think. 30. Thank you.
Midnight.